Go. Seems like a Prince of Persia song or something. I had an over the phone interview today and an in person one tomorrow. Oh, kudos! That's awesome. Hopefully, you get the job. Over the phone interviews are always good, but the in person one is the one that's really, really, really important. Hmm. Not that the over the phone one isn't anything. That over the phone is also kind of important because they'll get a feel for you, kind of, and then with the in person one, they'll be best. Two different doggy day fair places. Okay, seems good. But yeah, put this out. Back to the grind of winter. Yeah, absolutely. It's good. Hopefully, you get it. Taking care of dogs is interesting. Um, yeah, I'm just kind of getting started today. Gonna do some winter grind. Hopefully, get the winter out of the way, and then we'll wait for warm temperatures, and then we'll try and siege the trailer park again. Yeah, I was watching so many cool folks this morning, and then I dozed off at one point, which was, that happens from time to time. Um, so many cool people. I got to enjoy their company. Yeah, but I hope you do get the job. That sounds like it'll go really good. It reminds me kind of that I have work that's gonna kind of span the next little bit, so which is gonna be kind of annoying. Kind of. We'll see how it goes. I may have time to stream. I might not. It all depends. It's work schedule is going to be a bit bogged down for at least a few days. I'll do what I can though. I always do the best that I can. Hello. Yeah, it does depend sometimes. So time of year is a bit important for some of those kinds of jobs. Like they might keep your resume though, and you might receive a call later for those jobs. I wouldn't hold your breath on them though. You know what I mean? Like you just getting other work in general is just good, and then that way you're covered. Even both jobs if you can manage it, if you have the time and the energy. Don't push yourself too hard, but there was one time where I worked three jobs, um, and I was streaming on top of it for fun. Which streaming in itself can sometimes be a job if you do a long time, like a lot of hours, and it's like a job, but not quite. Like streaming for me is a hobby, but it's like it can be a bit of a job because it can be pretty tiring. But yeah, I used to work. I At one point I was working. What was it? I was working for two restaurants and a cleaning company at the same time. Like not the same cleaning company that I co-own now, but the a different one. So it was interesting. It's very taxing. I had literally no energy in those times, though, like none. I ran my own energy into the ground, and then eventually, well, one of the kitchen jobs was very much bad. Like it ended up there was just a lot of it wasn't even towards me so much as it was towards like the other staff. It was just a bad environment. um so eventually I just quit that one because it just wasn't a good place. Like it was a bad place to be. And the owner at the time, he was not dealing with the abuse that was being dealt with. At one point, the um, the front of house manager was made to cry. Like just so it was just such a bad place. Many complaints into HR. Long story short, with that one though, is like I just said earlier, don't run yourself into the ground. It's not going to do you anything good. You're going to need to make sure to balance it so that you're good. But if you can handle two jobs is possible, unless you're doing schoolwork or you have hobbies that you want to do on top, then it becomes a lot harder. Um, but yeah, but if you don't want to do two, doing one is good too. Just anything, whichever one is best. That's the main problem. Yeah. So if traveling and distance becomes a problem, whichever one's closest will probably be best. But then again, going the extra couple blocks or a couple, like maybe even double the block distance, if it's a good environment, you definitely are going to want to stick with the one that's the better environment. So feel them both out. See which one you like best. It'll be up to you to decide what kind of work you want to and people you want to be around. And don't judge it right away at face value. Give it like a little bit, because sometimes people put on airs for their first little bit. They're not their true selves, kind of thing. It's not There we go. But yeah, it all depends. That's how it went with that particular kitchen job. Was everybody was really really nice the first like couple of days, first week, and then seeing other staff crying and stuff is never ever good. Didn't like that. Wasn't keen. But that's how that goes, right? Ebbs and flows. And you'll figure out what's best for you. Nobody can really tell you what's best for you. You figure that out on your own. Yeah, dog grooming sounds really fun. I've never worked in that kind of field. I mean, I work in cleaning now. Well, and bookkeeping, mostly bookkeeping, but cleaning. And the I've worked in lots of things, but not everywhere. And then also school and stuff. I've got to do more schooling, expand my horizons. I want to go and actually get and this is something that I'm going to be doing this year, is I'm going to be getting a tutor for Swedish. I want to learn Swedish faster and better. Duolingo's great and all, but it's not the only way that I learn. So I need to actually do the work. Oh yeah, absolutely. Best of luck in your endeavors. Hopefully you'll have a good story to tell when you come back. Hope you get the job. It's cool. And there begins a walk of life. Wow, I mean the walk of life was already begun, but it's those kinds of things that make me smile. Little things like that. Yeah, I'm having a good day aside from winter cold. Hopefully, like right now, how cold is it? It's only in the minus, like, nearly minus 60. Alright, another day. Need to bring a backpack with me. Because we need to, hmm. There we go. 13 hours, and I haven't slept that long, so we'll just sleep. Put you out, and add logs too. We'll gradually be making it more and more. There we go. Okay, we need to chop down some trees soon. Strawberries again. I didn't realize strawberries were a winter crop. What on earth? That's like the third or fourth time I've seen strawberries, and they're just kind of like chilling in the frost. That's how that goes, though. Sometimes you get random crops. I guess they kind of are a berry, sort of. Not really. I do like that we are collecting quite a bit of rose hips, though. Get a little bit of a rest in. Okay. Sheets. How on earth can I see that from where I'm at? My character's so good at this area now, specifically, that she can see things from, like, across the screen, not even in the circle. That is strange, though, that like sometimes happens, is that you'll like see certain things far away. Wonder what causes that. Like this right here, I wasn't that close to it, and yet it still showed up. Hmm. It's times like this where I'm like really tempted to like crack open the inner workings and see how does it work, because it's interesting. If we keep this up like this, we'll be. Yeah, I'm curious if, for example, because I'm level 9 foraging, that sometimes it's not gonna care. It's just gonna give me the full foraging circle, like the level 9 like full foraging circle. You know what I mean? Because how did I see that log earlier? It was here, right on this little forage node, which is understandable. Okay, whatever. But I was standing like over here somewhere, and so I think what happened is it gave me the full foraging circle very briefly, if not, it's ignoring the fact that it's only supposed to be a 3 tile radius, which should, 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 3. Or maybe it's here, 1, 2, 3. But that was definitely not 3 tiles to see that log. It was like way more. But I think that's what's happening. If I had to make a guess on it, I don't know. Like sometimes it just gives you the full, like the absolute pinnacle of foraging. It could be some maybe an issue with short sighted though. I don't know because I almost always take short sighted. So maybe or maybe not. Maybe it has nothing to do with short sighted. Maybe it's just coincidental that you know. And sometimes you'll just spot something out of because it wasn't even my focus. I had no focus at the time. So who knows how foraging's calculated aside from the folks that have looked at the code and can see the like the numbers and values and all that. Tree sleeping, and he was very thankful. I briefly popped in, and he was talking about some kind of tree trick, and I was very confused because, like, I came back to my computer, and there Nico was. Like, sometimes he is, and I'm like, okay, that's neat. Um, but yeah, he was talking about some kind of tree sleeping trick, and I was like, what? Because he just called it the tree trick, which confused me a little bit first. And then he went into details about like line of sights and stuff, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I kind of understand. Yeah, it's the sleeping in trees to kind of keep yourself safe, but it's very fringe, and you don't really want to be using it very often. It's like the absolute desperation sleep. It's not something that you want to be employing. If you can sleep in a bed, sleep in a bed, or if at worst, if you can sleep on a couch or a bench or a something that gives you a medium bonus instead of bad, because sleeping bad is not good for your stamina. But if you have no choice, you have no choice. He's doing a time 16 Ravencreek and was heading back to base when there was a shotgun meta event. Was he doing Ravencreek? I thought he was on the beachhead for West Point. Was he not on West Point's beachhead? Is that a part of Ravencreek that I haven't seen? I thought he was doing West Point. They overran his start house. Was it not the mansions? I think I'm out of touch. If he started doing Ravencreek, I've been missing it. I'd like to know where he started if he's been doing Ravencreek, because I don't know that area at all. It'd be kind of cool. You thought it was a Ravencreek start? It might be. Maybe. How do you get out of Ravencreek? I'd like to. Well, there's two ways that I can think of him getting out of Ravencreek. I thought he started in West Point though. Sorry, I didn't sleep in Fuzzy. Oh, no worries. No, I'm just if his run started in Ravencreek, I would go back and watch the run to see where he started, because I would be curious. You're fine. It's got you're good. Don't worry. Hi, Super Toe Man. Enjoy the fireworks. He based in the mansions. It sounds like he did a West Point start. If I had to guess, West Point starts are a bit spicy. They're very interesting. I'm tempted to do one right now just to kind of show it off. Because times 16 West Point starts they're just interesting. Okay, I'll finish this day off, and then maybe I'll do one really quick just to show it off, and because they are very fun. There we go. Yeah. No, that is how you do it. It's the easiest way to approach West Point. The harder way to approach West Point would be from the south, because you'll have Dixie and Muldrop pushing up from your back, especially if he has pinpoint hearing on. And then also, if he has the other one that would be kind of a pain is going out. You can fish with a spear? Yeah, you can fish with a spear. It's no, it's not a mod. It's that you fish with the spear. It's part of vanilla. And actually, so fishing with a spear, I'm right now suffering the winter debuff. So fishing with a spear in winter time, you want to be at least level 4, if not higher than that, obviously, because otherwise you sometimes just won't catch any fish. And you want to fish in very specific times during winter. Right now, winter months are the fishing debuff starts in November, but then it's winter months, so December, January, February. But it starts a month early, so November is included for the fishing. That aside, if you're using a fishing rod, it's like you can fish basically any time in the year, because it only requires like level 1 or 2 fishing and then bait. And then if your line breaks, you need line to replace it. It's very interesting. Okay. Give it rose hips to give it that extra delicious flavor. But yeah, it's not a mod. I am using some mods in this playthrough, but majority of this is vanilla gameplay. All of the combat is vanilla. All of the weapons are vanilla. My clothing is vanilla, aside from one clothing item. But I mean, can anyone blame me? It's so cute. I can't say no. This is my frog hat, and I can't not have it unless I'm doing a strictly vanilla run, which like the purest form of vanilla. If that's the case, then I won't even have my scoreboard linked to a mod, which in this case it is, so that I don't have to update it every time. But if I'm playing absolutely pure vanilla, then that would also not be. But yeah, spearfishing is not a mod. The map we're on right now is a mod, though. This is called Ravencreek. I don't mean to be fishing. I meant to be filling up the pot. And then we will... let that cook. Drink it. Fill it back up. That should be gaining weight now. Yep. It's not hard to make a fishing rod if you have twine and stuff, so like later on I'd be able to do it, but right now, because of the dire straits we are in, I can't. There's no way to get the fishing rod materials right away, unless I luck out. Which, I mean, I could. All you need is twine. twine or a fishing lure, and then getting one nail or a paper clip is not hard. Then I can make a fishing rod. Um, but from there, that's how you would do it. If you want to do fishing with a fishing rod, then you'd need bait. But spearfishing is just superior right now, currently. In build 42, it's not going to be. They're going to change it because fishing's getting overhauled, as is most of the survival of the game is being changed. For the better, actually. Everything's going to be easier, kind of. Fishing's going to be a little harder, but because it's going to be including a mini game, or you're going to need to bring bait or chum or something in order to throw in the water and something. I don't know. There's going to be. I'm not sure what's going to happen with fishing exactly, but I know that there's going to be something that makes fishing a little bit more interactive. You're going to have to move around a little bit. Um, so as a result, it may make some people not like fishing, or it may make people really fond of fishing. Like we'll see. There's also going to be other animals and stuff around. I'm really looking forward to hunting and husbandry and all that stuff. So that's going to be fun. Making bows. I'm so excited for making bows. And then the optimizations, like to make the game run better. That's going to make things so good. It's like okay. I did say that I would do this really quick, so I'm just gonna do a quick time 16 West Point start just to kind of show off how in pain it can be, because it is interesting. It's just because I haven't done it in a little while, and the last time I seen a large group of zombies that's like that was when we were sieging the trailer park. So here, let's see. I'll go custom sandbox, go to West Point, Frenzy run. Oh yeah, I don't have my old West Point settings. Oh, and it's cryo. One second, I gotta go back and turn off cryo. Okay. Come on, Lua. You can reload. There we go. Solo. So I just simplified it. I almost have no mods now. Like I've got the hat mod and all that other stuff. But here we'll do funsies escape. Insane. My old flipper build's gone, isn't it? Suppose it doesn't matter. We're just gonna run out. But so we'll take unfit, very underweight, weak, etc., right? We'll take this build in. It's for fun. All right. Pretty sure I clicked West Point, right? So this is just me doing a quick escape from West Point on time 16, just to see if I can. I should be able to, but it's been a little while. Depends on where we spawn, of course, but we'll see. We spawned. Oh, this is a good spawn, I think, right? Yeah, kind of. Oh my god, grass. I missed you, grass. Grab chickpeas. Suppose I don't really need any items. I'm just kind of looting out of habit. Shotgun, guitar. So this is times 16 West Point. So see, trying to get out of that is a bit of a pain, right? I like getting out of times 16 West Point though. It is fun. Just a quick demo run. Oh yeah, just to kind of show it off, like because like I mean, getting out of times 16 West Point is it's just it's spicy if it doesn't crash your PC. Oh yeah. All right, let's do one. One of these. Yeah, and 30 of it was inside the starting house. That's usually how it goes. Okay, we'll do the same thing. If I were to pick if I were to spawn in that house again, I would probably choose to go south, not north, or no, sorry, not west, and then we would rope around and go. But like if I was so like here, this is how I would actually probably do this one, is do this. So you can see like there. So we would want to go this way. I know it doesn't look like we would want to go this way, but trust me, we would want to go this way. So this is the actual way we'd want to go. Why? Because I know it doesn't look like it, but there are less zombies this way. Dang it. Tripped in the trees. Yeah, you kind of have to hope to get certain side. There are less zombies south in that. If you spawn in that house, usually south is the best way to go. And then I didn't spawn in that house on my time 16 game that went for a long time. I spawned in what was it? A house that was across the street from that house. And these there, I'll just do. This is the third one, right? And it took me 3 tries to get West Point going when I first did it. So we'll see if we get a good go this time. All I want to do is just get out of the city, and then I'll go back to the Cryo Winter game. But it's kind of... Oh, this isn't a bad spawn. This one's like a center spawn, isn't it? Yeah, by the school. Yeah, this one's a good spawn. So this one, we'd want to go this way. And we just want to go up the road. We're out, by the way. That's it. We were out ages ago, though. I already knew we were out. Because this area is thinner than, like, way thinner than the other areas, and all we have to do now is just carry on going. And we can actually even walk. We don't even need to run. And there we go. So then this would be the start of a time 16 run. Like, and then off I would go to the mansions. I would fish my weight up, and then after my weight is up, I would start sieging West Point. Of course, the helicopter event would probably happen while we're poking around this area here, which would pull a little bit of West Point over. But once that's done, that's it. Depending on if you're wanting to increase their difficulty after that, it let me see, it would be that would be it. See, and then you just go out to the West Point mansions after that. Yeah, you push into those buildings, and then the helicopter event would happen. So at that point, you would have to back off a little bit, but then you can retake the area gradually. But the thing is with West Point is you have to keep maintaining your kill quota every day best you can, and then after you've hit several. Once you hit several thousands, then that's when you'll start. Is it potential? I think so. That's when you'll start noticing a difference. Yeah, if there is, don't forget to re-enable winter. I just did. I'm reloading the Lua, but it also should re-enable the winter on its own. So I shouldn't have to worry about that because so when I load in, it's got the mods right here that it will load. But just to be on the safe side, I did want to put the mods active on the main menu too. But yeah. Anyways, that was fun. I like doing the West Point start. No, you're good. No, don't worry. But yeah, doing West Point start is just it's so it looks so bad, but at the same time it's so fun. Because once you get out, you can you get to sort of prep, and then push your way back in. It's the hardest kind of way to play Shambler, sort of. That and doing like integration and like pinpoint hearing and or many vanilla helicopters. Yeah, and early on the zombies will annoy the hell out of you, but oh yeah, pushing into West Point can be kind of difficult. West Point has a good population, like it is solid. I'm happy to be back on my cryo game, but at the same time, it's like I got to see grass for a bit, which was kind of nice. So far, I've been living vicariously through other people looking at their grass. It's like there's grass there. I remember grass. That was nice. Because I don't even get to see grass in reality. At least not yet. It's too much snow everywhere. I like how it looks, but also I do miss the grass. And I miss the temperature not being in the minus like 170 range. It's a little bit much sometimes. It's a cozy ice hell. It's going fairly well, Supertone Man. I don't know if you've seen, but we did like a couple of for fun escapes from West Point on time 16. And once again, it took me 3 tries to get out, but eventually you hit that run stride where you can get out. My my longest time 16 run though, I did run through the woods like I did in the second one, and barely survived running through the woods. So, and then that run went on for 2 years, 11 months. So it's like, oh, oops. Oh, I hope I don't die. I think I accidentally ate some of that fish. That's fine. If worst case scenario, my character dies, that's okay. I did cut off the eating animation though, and it wasn't that big of a fish, so yeah, it was a small fish, and I cut it off. So eating sushi. It would be a little lame to die that way, but that's why I immediately ate a lemongrass, and if I see queasy, I'll wait until what is it? It was 9:20, so I would have to eat another lemongrass at like 11, 12. We'll see it go up, but probably not. We'll see. Oh, Zero to Hero and West Point. Okay, yeah, I figured it was still the Zero to Hero and West Point. I thought that because yeah, time 16. Okay, yeah, I figured it was. Did I actually see something? Like, look at this. How am I seeing that log? And why is it only logs that are doing that? Because they're big. Okay. I will tip my hat to that logic because it's literally got no flaws. Okay, just in case, like I said, I am going to eat one more lemongrass, just out of sheer panic and worry of having eaten some of that fish. But I should be fine. I don't see why I would have any issues. He added sound redeems. Which sound redeems did he add? Like the bite sound, probably. I know that he added what was it? Some kind of trash sound because I was there, and then I fell asleep. Or either I fell asleep or I was playing games with Emma. I was playing games with Emma yesterday. We got further in Monster Hunter, where I'm on now the 4-star missions. The 4-star missions are quite a lot harder than the earlier ones. I need more parts though to make more weapons. He added the jump scare noise, um, or the item break sound. Ooh, those are both really good. The item break one would make me hover my cursor over the inventory and get ready to switch weapons if I were. And the jump scare noise would get me sometimes, but it would be only sometimes. Other times it would be me like looking around my screen for the zombie. Because if I heard the jump scare sound, then chances are there should be a visible zombie somewhere. Window break, the door bumping noise. Those are all clever. A spear break sound. It'd be cool if he had each of the like types of weapons. So like if he was running around with a crowbar, somebody could time it as he's swinging on against a zombie to use the crowbar break sound. I suppose he does use a lot of spears though, so spear break noise makes sense. And the spear break noise conditions you to be ready to load your spears. Like that's something that is just second nature. You're ready to load spears if you've had gotten spear up to like anywhere above level 7 spear or 8 spear. You just are conditioned to, okay, time to grab another spear. It's kind of that way with all weapons in the game though. If you you'll, yeah, okay, we're not gonna die. Because if we were going to die of the food poisoning, it would have happened by now. Um, yeah, those are all good sound effects. I know that's a couple other people also do those kinds of things too. I don't know if I would ever add those kinds of things in. We'll see, maybe. I want to add things in that people like that are also not too disruptive, so that the folks that don't like when things are disruptive aren't annoyed. I don't mind getting jump scared though. Jump scares are interesting. Drop those on the ground. Throw you in the bin. Let's have a sit. It's interesting that PZ characters don't, because yeah, you can get poisoned by some things, it is true. PZ characters are very sturdy in the fact that they can digest the things that poison them and then keep it down. Because sometimes you can't. Human body sometimes will just reject stuff. Like, nope. It also has systems to kind of deal with poison. Not all poisons, but that's what the appendix and there's a couple other organs that are built to deal with poison. I suppose not like mass poison, like drinking bleach, but you know. Sushi, on the other hand. Could you imagine? Thankfully, we didn't. I managed to cut off the animation. And the way poison works in this game is the larger the object is, the more poisonous it is. So if it was a big fish, then I would be dead right now. But it wasn't. It was a tiny fish. So as a result, we're okay. Same for That's why you can nibble on the poison berries a little bit to sort of stave off hunger. You shouldn't eat the poison berries outright, but if you eat like a little bit of the berry, then you can keep your hunger down. But don't. I'm not saying eat the poison berries, but I mean, if you literally have nothing else and you can't dig up worms because you've got scratched hands, like, and there's nothing else you can do, you can kind of stave off hunger a little bit with poison berries. You eat like a nibble, and then you wait until the queasy goes back down, and then once you're cured again, then you eat just a little bit again. But obviously, if you don't, you know, it's like eating bugs for me. It's they're one and the same. I would try not to, if I could avoid it. There's so many other ways to get food that it's almost not necessary. Another day, minus 170. Okay, we'll make our way to the house. We'll probably be about half HP by then. And regain our heat. Regain. Hmm? Yeah, see, I don't need the poison berries because we do have non-poison ways to eat. So. In both hands. Mm-hmm. I think we'll go have a fitness day. Yeah. The forbidden training method that you've never heard of? What? Doing squats indoors? Just really like chill and there you go. This is essentially what you would normally do on a time 16 run in the early game, is where you would go off into somewhere, sort out your weight, and then you would you should do it like once a day. It's gonna make my character not as good tomorrow. That's the one downside of doing fitness like this. Is I expect tomorrow her to not be useful. So if zombies show up, she's gonna be in pain and not able to fight. But that's okay because well, I will still fight. But I know she's not gonna be as good. Like her legs are gonna hurt. She's not gonna be wanting to run anywhere. But it'll be for the duration of tomorrow. She'll be probably either in pain or agony, which lowers her ability to be useful in combat. You only do this if you're going to be safe, and I'm more or less safe in this area. I'm not perfectly safe, mind you. You're never perfectly safe, but I'm should be okay for the most part. This area we've put some effort into it. There's still probably quite a lot of zombies around because we are still in Ravencreek, right? So there is a chance that we could be dealing with a large group wandering in. Thankfully speaking, though, well, we're not dealing with a large group right yet. Yeah, the only reason I'm doing this is because of winter. That I would be going and fighting the trailer park right now if it wasn't this cold. Like, and that would be my routine, and I wouldn't even bother doing exercise at all. Exercise is actually not as useful after level 3. Like the first couple levels it's useful, kind of, because you can speed these levels up, and also sort your weight out at the same time. So kind of, if you're very underweight, you can gain a couple of levels in fitness and strength while sorting out your weight. And then once your weight's sorted out, you can just go start killing zombies. And zombies give you a little bit of fitness and strength every time you hit them. So just killing lots of zombies will get your fitness and strength up. And then it'll also get your weapon skills up, your maintenance skill up. It sorts out like a lot of XP gains all at once. So it's better to fight zombies. But I can't fight the zombies right now because of how cold it is. It's so cold that my character is no. You gain it from a lot of things. Actually, even so strength is gained through carrying 50% of your weight bearing capacity. You'll get a little bit of strength over time. You get strength from hitting things, so like chopping down trees or hitting zombies. You gain strength through the doing burpees or push-ups or doing the bell curls as well. Those will all give you strength. That's strength. Now fitness is the opposite, kind of, but not really the opposite. It's running around. Just running around will get you fitness. It's slow that way, but just running around gets you fitness. And then from there, hitting zombies is another way to gain fitness. And then exercise. So like, squats, burpees, and sit-ups. Those are all ways to gain fitness. You don't gain fitness from chopping down trees, but that's fine. Like there are tons of other ways to get it, so it's not like it's that big a deal. But yeah, just running around, you'll gain fitness. Did the different exercises stack their gains? What do you mean? You mean like doing different exercises? Not really, but the thing is, let's say I choose to max out the regularity on squats, right? If I max out the regularity on squats and then I go to do burpees, my left thigh, right thigh, left shin, and right shin are going to have less pain fatigue because I did squats all the way up first, right? So a good strat kind of could be to do burpees first. Burpees are everybody's favorite fitness, anyways, because they do both. They give you both fitness and strength. They give you a little bit less fitness than squats and a little bit less fitness than, a little bit less strength than push-ups. But they do give you both. So burpees are generally everybody's favorite go-to. But yeah, it's running around with less than 50% of your max carry capacity is good for fitness, right? Over 50, I don't know. I just know that you gain fitness for running around, just period. I don't know if it requires a carry capacity or anything. I just know that every now and then fitness seems to go up while I'm running around. It's not a lot. It's not something that I'm thinking about either. It's just passive because I'm just running around. Um, and same for attacking zombies, right? When I'm clearing out a horde, I'm not thinking, oh wow, I'm getting so much fitness. No, not unless fitness is about to pop, and then I'll think, oh wow, we're about to get our next level of fitness. That's great, you know. Mr. Nice Gamer was saying that. I trust Mr. Nice Gamer's info because Mr. Nice Gamer is very good at the game. But I don't know that for sure, so I can't say that, you know. That's something that is out of my realm of knowledge and not something that I care about particularly because at the end of the day, so long as I have a little bit of fitness, I'm happy. Like just enough to not be running out, right? So I do care, but it's not. It doesn't matter so much, right? Because as you play the game, you're gonna get your stats up. That's just how it goes. A good thing to note is sprinting. Sprinting's gonna go up naturally over time. It is one of those skills that you just can't avoid. Because let's face it, none of us are patient enough to walk around the map like this all the time. Maybe sometimes, but not all the time. There's just nobody who's that patient. I don't think. There's it just that person. If that person exists, they're probably in a monastery and they probably don't play video games. So I live my life crouched. Why though? You don't need to crouch all the time. It's okay. You can stand up. You're afraid of not sneaking? There's no such thing as sneaking in this game. I'll back that up by saying sneaking only reduces the sound of your character. There is no sneaking. It affects your footsteps. That's all. It doesn't affect the zombie seeing your character. So if you're crouched behind a fence, for example, the zombies will see you even if you're standing. If you're crouched, it's the same. Because the zombies their line of sight is linked to frame rate, not linked to. So if a zombie's looking in your direction and you're within its line of sight, it will see you because it rolls a dice essentially based on your frame rate. And most of us will probably have like 60 frames, right? That means that it's rolling a let's even be generous and say it's a 50-50 chance that the zombie sees you, right? Now it flips that coin and it just has to hit heads once out of 60. Do you think it's going to hit heads every or hit tails 60 times in a row? I mean, it might, but yeah, the tutorial lies 100%. Although, let's be honest, we should know the tutorial lies when Spiffo says, "By the way, the cure is Q." There's a huge hint there. But yeah, sneaking is not useless though. Don't get me wrong here. I'm not saying sneaking is useless. Sneaking has its uses in reducing your sound radius so that the zombies can't hear you as easily. Especially if you're level 10 sneak and level 10 light-footed, your character's sound radius when making like steps will be almost nothing. It'll be like one tile round. So long as the zombie didn't see you, they're not going to hear you. Even with pinpoint hearing, they're going to struggle to hear you if you've got light-footed maxed and sneaking maxed. The thing is, though, yeah. So you learned something kind of new. You don't have to crouch nearly as often, and actually, crouching will use, which is it? If you're sprint crouching around, it's kind of, it's stamina intense. I think it might not be. You might gain back your stamina just as well, but either way, it's fine. Crouch sprint takes more than normal sprint. I think it does, but I don't know. I've never looked at the data for it. And Lamprey showed that if you crouch walking around, that it does reduce your fatigue goes down if you're crouch walking. Just the same as if you're regular walking around. So it's like it doesn't really matter. If you want to do it for immersion's sake, like I mean that you want to, oh, I have to be sneaky because of the zombies. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that play style. And I'm not going to say that to anyone that they're playing the game wrong. You're not. You're playing the game the way that you want to play the game. But if you are doing it for an objective purpose, then the objective purpose is needs reassessment. Is what I'm saying. Not that you're wrong. It's basically I'm saying in the nicest way possible that objectively it's wrong, but um, it's not bad by any means. It's to think that because there's nothing in the game that really conveys how the zombie site works. Yeah, that's the thing, and you won't really know that unless somebody tells you or you go looking for that information yourself. Yeah, that's true. The only time that you're playing it wrong is if you don't like your own settings. Yeah, it's a common thing to think. It's just like, for example, in the tutorial, Spiffo asks you to eat a raw mouse, right? Now, most of us here will say that's not something you can do. You can't just go and eat a raw mouse. It's not, you're going to die if you eat a raw mouse like that. Also, if you, Spiffo also locks your, like, there's a lot of bad things that happen in the tutorial, but it's meant to teach you the basics of the game. It's not meant to be like, what's it called? It's not meant to be like real. Do I run conspicuous? Oh yeah, conspicuous doesn't work. I'm sorry if you're running it. You should run inconspicuous or no, don't take that. Like inconspicuous doesn't work. Ilmirian said that they were using conspicuous though. Yeah, neither work. They're both broken. The only reason why they're broken though is because yeah, conspicuous is kind of free points, but it's because the way the zombie site works. So the zombie site works based on frame rate, right? And conspicuous and inconspicuous, they fringe work. So like if you take inconspicuous and you're upstairs and a zombie looks in the window and while you're passing by, you kind of might have a higher chance of not being seen, but really you shouldn't be playing that way. Just play at 15 FPS. I play the game in PowerPoint presentation so the zombies can't see me. It's a stealthy experience. I do hope they rework the stealth system just a little bit, but at the same time, they got a lot on their plate, and I'm not trying to push the devs to be like, "Yo, we need these features." No, it's I wouldn't be like that anyways. I haven't even really talked to the devs ever, at least not intentionally or knowing that they are the devs. I like the devs though; they are interesting. I think out of all of the devs, I would love to meet the folks that do the sound design because they are so good at their job. Is the strategy of for gaming food efficient? Efficient, sort of, but not really. So it is, but I could be min maxing just a slight bit better. I'm not because I am kind of just playing the game, but like there are some slight very like I could make things a little bit more min maxy if I got my character up exactly at 3 o'clock, made my sure I was here at exactly 4, and then I fished at 4 to exactly 7. It's a lot of min maxing that I don't really need to do. I could squeeze out a little bit more. I think the sound of a banana is supposed to be kind of bleh, and I think it does its job as a result. In saying that, though, it's a weird sound. There's certain sounds in the game though that I don't that actually I'm not keen on. Like some of the metal bars, they really like the sound is just it's not good to hear. But there's other sounds, like for example, I really like the bite sound and the scratch sound, and I feel like those sounds are amazing in what they do because they both convey the fear and like the immediate panic of looking at your Moodles. Oh no, I've got the 3 blood droplets. Okay, got to check my health. Oh no, I've got a scratch. Okay, it's just a scratch. My goodness, And then later on, you see the heat Moodle and the queasy Moodle, and you're like, oh, this run, it's over. Dun dun dun. You're happy you can find the change the volume individually. It's good. I like that they make every setting like customizable. The fact that all of the settings are customizable is good. Okay, over to you. So see, this is what I was talking about my character not being as good. She's in pain right now, so her damage and her speed is lower. But that'll go away soon. Yeah. Min-maxing to that extent can be boring for some folks. Some folks really like it. It just depends. Wellness check. I should wellness soon. You are right. But I'll wellness in maybe like I'll do a bit. I'm tempted to do make those commands separate, so like to do a bigger wellness check, but I just like the fact that I can pick the type of wellness I want when I need it, kind of thing. I don't think I need to make it into a redeem. But yeah, I'll do a big wellness check in a couple of minutes, but I'll just drink some more of my beverage. And then for those that are curious, because I do get some. There we go. Because I'm gonna try and update that every time I change beverages. It's 8 trees worth. I've stopped seeing trees as trees, and I see them as fuel. Alright, let's go put these over by the door. Get a sit down. Oh, there goes the exercise fatigue. Yes. Is Prodigy back? Like, I figured maybe Prodigy was still on vacay. Well, vacay in brackets. It's not. I know it's not vacay, but you know, business vacay. I would assume you're kind of enjoying the sites regardless of if you've got business there. That's good. I'm glad. Okay. Should be able to do another couple batches of exercise. Get our regularity up a little bit more. And last one. Go dry. Hey, let's go fishing again. And then we'll take a break as soon as we're done sleeping. Because I've got to go and refill my tea because I drank the rest of it. Yeah, it is relaxing. Snowy hell is always cool. It's up to 172. What the heck? Why is it so cold? Almost like it's cryo winter or something. It's true. The audacity. Okay. I'm taking out frustration on the trees. And anyone who's ever died by a tree is probably very pleased about that. The forest is just like completely getting destroyed. But we're okay with that. I will burn the entire forest down if I have to stay warm. Oh, I was like, where's that noise coming from? There's a zombie on the wall, and they're attacking the wall right now. Okay, I did say that I would take a bit of a break, so I will be right back. Okay. Let's continue. Hello. Not yet. I'm hoping that they stay away. 'Cause I don't need any on-fire hugs. I think that the most interesting thing we've done today was we briefly unloaded, I did a couple of, like, what was it? Escape from West Points on time 16. That was kind of fun. But that wasn't on this save. I just did it kind of spur of the moment because, we were talking about time 16 West Point, and I miss it sometimes a little bit with how fun it is. It is really fun escaping from West Point on time 16. There we go. Sorry. I couldn't reach the mute in time. Sometimes I can, but sometimes sneezes come out of nowhere. I swear. I'm pretty sure I said thank you, but I do want to make sure I did. So, thank you. Might not have, though. What's with the strawberries? I'm starting to think that January is just a strawberry month. Kitchen tongs. Yeah, strawberries are good, but to find them so constantly is a bit of a surprise. Especially because I'm set to search for stones. Cool. Okay, I'll make a few more axes. We've already hit the amount of axes that I wanted to make for today. So put these ones away. I have antidepressants, so I don't mind so much if we get bored. Plus, I've been making food that's fairly good, like in terms of happiness gain, so I might not even need to take the antidepressants. Okay, we're good for right now. Go and get myself some more fish and have a sip of my tea. Such a good tea. Oops, I left the fire on. That's that's not always the best. I'll put those on tomorrow morning. Don't need to do it now. It's just gonna keep getting colder. I'm believing now. Minus 173, minus 175, minus 180. Eventually, being inside is gonna be the only option. How's our weight? Not good. If I could get at least 2 tip zones, then I'll run back and work out. Hello. You should be in minor pain by the time we're done this morning. Yep, got 2. Just keep walking back now. We found 3 cooking pots and vitamins. Interesting. Having cookware is good. It lets you build up over time. Pajama Sam? I don't know if I've ever played that series. I'm gonna write that down. That sounds interesting. Pajama Sam. Okay. Hey, do you have any high level tips? Like, I tend to play and never be able to leave the spawn area because I don't have enough resources. So build up resources. I know that that's going to seem like a sort of. There's a couple places on the map that are sort of built to be starting areas, kind of. Here, I'll actually, I don't need to. I can do it like this. 2 seconds, and I'll grab you. Onboard. This one. There we go. Here, you can't find good weapons, cards, or skill books. So, Kurumi's writing a guide that's going to be for like to help folks get better at the game, as well as Lamprey has a map for Time 16's populations that are like, so this is the map. That can kind of give you an idea of where the zombies are, kind of, generally, like in terms of their where they are. So you can go to areas that are a little bit less dense, clear them out, and then loot those areas, and then build up your stockpile from there. So those are good ways to sort of go about it. I think is to build up your stockpile. Once your stock, like for example, here, I didn't realize that this area was going to be as low pop as it is in comparison to the rest of Ravencreek. I just kind of guessed that it would be because it's like in the woods, it's off to the side, it's and it's good, and that's what you do for any game or times 16. If it's lower pop, you can just stay directly in the city and just clear your area out and go looting like door to door. Just be careful of the groups that build up a little bit. But as you build up your skills, you'll get better and better at combat, easier, and it becomes easier and easier to kill the zombies. So, and you can take on more and more. But in the beginning, let's say you start out with a 0 to hero character with 0 fitness, 0 strength, right? Or 0 fitness and 1 strength if you took lumberjack. And you're very underweight. A good thing to do first is try to sort out your weight, and then can I die of the sickness the corpses give? If you stay around the corpses, just leave the area. Go home and have a nap, and you'll be fine. If you're not fine, it's because the scratch killed you. Which that's not got anything to do with corpse sickness at all. That's just the infection chance killed you. It's a 7% chance on default settings that a scratch can kill you. 25% for a laceration, 100% for a bite. But yeah, so if I were starting off like even say like a times 1 start or times 4 or times 3 or times 16 even any population setting, I would assess my area, decide if I'm going to stay or not. If I'm take the items that I want, make sure it's within my encumbrance capability so that I'm not slowed at all and I don't fatigue myself running away. And then I would decide where I'm going to go, where I'm going to, what that playthrough is going to bring for me. So whether it's I'm deciding to go to the West Point Mansions are very popular, or uh, well, it all depends, right? There's a lot of very popular locations for bases depending on your spawn lane. If you choose to spawn in like Riverside, you could go to the country club, or you could go to the gated community, or you could go to the trailer park area, or along the river. There's those 2-story houses that are on the far left side that are like over by farmland and where there's almost no zombies. Um, that's for Riverside. For Rosewood, usually it's kind of good to just go out to Doe Valley's farmland area, and then maybe if you want a better backpack, you can go along the back roads or go over to that military like campsite or barracks, whatever it is. But yeah, you just need to build up your weapons over time. And so the trick to that is actually just focus on sorting out your characters first. Like if you took negatives, you can focus on sorting those out first. That'll get you through like the first month. And then at that point is when zombies will start spawning weapons and stuff inside them a little bit more. Because as you live longer, the zombies, it's like, I think it's like a month or 3 months or something. There are sort of zombie checkpoints where they get better loot in them, and then at that point you're good in terms of weapons. You'll find so many weapons in the zombies and in the looting that you will never ever be out of weapons again. Like right now, for example, we've survived a few months. I've been sieging the trailer park. I have 24 kitchen knives, 20 hunting knives, two hunting knives on my person. We've built up about 19 plus the 4. What is it? 19, 22, 24 stone axes so far, and I do plan to try and keep building them up a little bit more. That's not to mention that I can literally make almost, what is it? We have 24 kitchen knives, and I can saw tons of planks to make spears. So we could have in the realm of several hundred spears if we need it. What if you eat food that's poisoned? Yeah, you can die that way, yeah. Can you somehow survive it? If you stop eating it right away, and you only eat like a nibble of it, and you have lemongrass, you might survive, but it's not a guarantee. Because it depends on what it is. The poison food in the game is very sometimes very volatile. But it should be based on how much of it that you ate. So if you stopped yourself from eating it right away, and then you have lemongrass on top, you might survive. It's better to just not eat rotten food. Interact with rotten food as little as you can. Some people like to loot it and put it into composters and stuff. I don't mind doing that, but at the same time, I don't. I'm not keen on it. Like it's like I'll have a little bit, but I don't really use compost all that much. There's almost I have used a little bit of compost over the course of my runs, but it doesn't get used very often because I will just wait out the farm stuff usually. Some have long text where the rotten is. You can tell by the picture usually if it's rotten or not. Unless I guess you're talking like you made a soup and then it went bad. But if you're not, I wouldn't eat. I don't eat the stale food if I can avoid it. So like I won't even eat stale food. But that's just me specifically. There's a lot of folks that do like eating stale stale food. I'm gonna start up my game. All right, you have fun. Enjoy. Hopefully you survive and thrive. But yeah, there's so much fresh food that you can get in the game that you don't really ever need to eat the stale stuff. So I just get more fresh stuff. Fresh food gives you more anyways. Yeah, that's true. That's sort of true. You could also just kind of know it by because it doesn't always say dangerous food for everything. Some things like the unknown berries, for example, it won't say that. And if you put like poison food into your food, like you cook it in, it won't say it either. All in all, it's just best to because you can use rotten food if you're like level. I think it's level 7 cooking. Because your character is good enough at chopping off the good portions that it's essentially it's fresh. But I don't like it because you don't get much food out of it. Let me eat these. Hmm? Did you die there? You got called into work earlier than you thought? That's unfortunate. I hate when that happens. It does suck when that happens, but it also is kind of a good thing. I know that it's hard to kind of, but it means that they like and rely on you, which is solid. That's it's good. It's good if they're calling you in. I want to ask this before you, but is your name a Land Alice? Because I keep parsing that part in my head. Al and Alice. Okay, I figured it might be Al and Alice, but I wanted, like, I kept, and then I keep, because A Land Before Time keeps coming in my head, and I'm like, I figured it was Al and Alice, but I was like, but what if it's a Land Alice? Like, because Alice is like a type of vehicle sometimes too, right? And then I thought maybe you like vehicles, so I was like, maybe. So I figured I'd ask to be sure, but I'm glad that my initial thoughts were right and that my second guess thoughts were wrong. You didn't know that an Alice is a type of vehicle? I'm pretty sure it is. I don't know vehicles, so I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure. It's like a rovery thing, isn't it? You're thinking of the concept of a sea Alice? Oh, that's good, though. That's good that they're calling you in, and then you're saying yes is, is good. It's good. It means they can rely on you. And that's a good quality. These aren't trees, they're bushes. You're lying. How do I connect them? Because the crafting table doesn't say anything. That's not true at all. It's in the crafting table too, but you can just right click on one of the logs while you have two sheet ropes, not sheets, not ripped sheets and not sheets. It has to be sheet ropes or regular rope, I guess. But it is in the crafting menu too. It's under, where is it? Is it Gendro? Carpentry? It's under carpentry. See? Right here. Make 4, make 3, make 2. And then you can unstack them here as well. But it is in carpentry. Ta-da! Yep, not sheets. No, it's sheet ropes. Just gonna run back to the house really quick and warm up. 1, 2. How many do I have? 6. Looking it up here in a moment. You're queasy again and you don't know why? Did you eat bad food? Did you drink poison water? Are you around corpses? You said you took a scratch earlier. Did the scratch might cause you to be dead? That might be a problem. If you're inside away from corpses, you didn't eat any poison food or poison water, and there are no corpses in the house at all, then yeah, you need to you'll it's probably the scratch. Oh, the scratch is in another world. Okay, then it would all depend on what you've done recently. If you smoked multiple cigarettes and you're a smoker, like too many, like if you in a row, that could also be a problem. If you're smoking cigarettes and you're not a smoker, don't smoke cigarettes. You're not a smoker. Don't smoke cigarettes because that's not a. You're not supposed to. Does it do anything bad? No, it just raises your queasy for no real reason. I think it maybe lowers anxiety slightly, but I don't know for sure because I don't smoke as a smoker, and I shouldn't really have anxiety anyways because I don't play with things like fear of blood or smoker. So most of the time, my character doesn't have anxiety. How do I get rid of queasy? You need to be indoors, away from corpses. And then from there you just need to rest. Your character's been like, and if you're poisoned in any of the other ways, You need to make sure you eat good food, don't drink tainted water, and then also just rest. Like, resting your character's good. But Queasy on its own doesn't do anything. It's when Queasy ramps up. So Queasy has 4 stages. There's 4 stages of food sickness. It starts as Queasy, then it moves up to nauseous, then from thank you very much for the follow. Goes from nauseous to sick. Sick is your final warning that things are bad. And then after sick is fever. Fever is when you start taking lethal damage. It'll start like killing you. So if you hit fever, and it's caused by corpse sickness, get away from the corpses and eat lemongrass and run away from the corpses and go rest away from the corpses. As corpses build up, they have a larger radius of corpse sickness. So if you have, like, so let's say 4 bodies in a spot, or sorry, it's 5 bodies. If you have 5 bodies in a spot, that's going to cause corpse sickness in that area. And then it ramps up, I think it's all the way up to 20 or 25 bodies, something like that. Up to, and then that's the corpse sickness limit, where sort of it'll have its biggest radius on it. It just run away from that area and go rest in an area where there are no zombies and no body. Like, that's why, for example, I have fallback positions. So, for example, this house here. If this house were to get overrun or I were to coat the entire outside with zombies and I didn't have time to sleep, I would fall back to this area down here. And then as I push forward, this area becomes a fallback area, and these areas are then the ones I take over, you know? And as time goes on, you just keep pushing and killing zombies and making little bits of little outposts. It's helpful. But yeah, if you're queasy, that's how I would get rid of it. You thought 20 was the starting point for sickness? I think it's 5 zombies, but it could be 5 only because of morning. The because I've got my corpse sickness set to high, but I don't know if that affects it. The number of bodies, I just know that my corpse sickness ramps up really fast, so it can be a bit of a problem at times. Yeah. Morning, by the way, though. I'm having a good day so far. There we go. Okay. Get rest. Yeah, we've managed to push a little bit further. It's been we're almost done January now. We have 12 days left in January, or not 12, 13 days left in January. And then we'll be on to February. February is the last winter month. So, and once February's done, then we move on to spring, where spring will have plenty of food. I'm not really worried about the food so much. I've actually not been worried about the food the entire time. I briefly had a little bit of worry at the beginning of winter, but now we have so much time, I'm not worried about it at all. Because we wouldn't be able to lose the weight in the remaining time, I don't think. Plus, we are still fishing every day, and we do still get a few fish, so we'll be fine. Food-wise. It's just temperature-wise that the game is kicking my butt right now. Because I can't really fight with freezing and below. I can fight with cold. If we were just cold, I could fight with this. It's only minus 35%, and Lumberjack counters that a little bit. I could deal with the cold debuff, but I can't deal with the freezing and the hypothermic, because hypothermic you lose HP, and freezing movement speed is so bad that I just can't I can't deal with it. But we should be able to finish winter. And once winter's done, we'll get to siege the trailer park. I hope. So long as temperature allows. But if temperature doesn't allow, then I'll be catching a heck of a lot more fish, so we won't have to fish every single day. So that is one of the benefits of spring. That so like let's say that the temperature doesn't scale back right away, and it takes a few days or weeks to heat back up. Well, it'll be okay because we'll have a lot more food. And by then, hopefully, we'll level up fitness to not have the out of shape debuff anymore. Losing out of shape is going to be great. And then we have stout. We're not quite strong yet, but we're stout, so we do a little bit more damage. And then on top of that, we can carry just a little bit more. Did I really break all of those, all 8? Yeah, I'm thinking about posting the because I do have all of the builds that I've used and stuff. I'm thinking about posting those on the main channel as builds that I've used. You keep dying because of this. Okay, if you're using the susceptible mod, then you need to get yourself. And yes, it is Conquer. Um, the get yourself a mask right away. Like prioritize getting a mask. If you should have a mod or something that gives you more masks, like cloth masks and stuff, make sure that you have that. And then the reason why Wick runs the cure mod is because in case he does catch something, there's a balancing factor in Wick's run, and having susceptible justifies the cure in my opinion. Because if you're susceptible, then it is justifiable to have a means to cure yourself. But make it rare. In Wix runs, it's rare. Oh yeah, the susceptible mod is ridiculous. I wouldn't probably play with a mod like that, or maybe I would. I don't know. It's one of those things that I would have to feel it out and see. Because I built this run to be a test for modded maps. I didn't really want to go too ham, but I wanted it to stay kind of balanced, and I didn't want to go exactly the same as Wick because, like, I mean, that's Wick's run. This is going to be my run, kind of sort of separate. They're slightly different because mine's a 0 to hero run, which, and like I mentioned before, I feel like Wick's run is harder than mine. Even though mine is a 0 to hero, I don't feel like that makes my run immediately, you know, super, super difficult. It just adds a little bit of slow grind to the start of my run. That's all. I don't really see Zero to Hero as that much of a challenge. But that's just a different point of view, right? And I can understand some other folks being like, yeah, no, Zero to Hero is very tough. It can be, but not really. If especially if you've played for a long time, it just becomes sort of, I know how strong a Zero character is. It'd be like I was gonna like knowing you know what you can take, right? You know your limits. I know my limits and I can stay within them, but I also know if I'm pushing my limits, because I still try to push the limits because you should still. That's important. Know your limits, stay within them, and then push the boundaries. But it is not always easy to push boundaries. So get some fishing done. But yeah, it sounds like if you're doing the susceptible mod, that's what caught you, and you got not just corpse sickness, you caught the Nox virus, which is worse than corpse sickness. Corpse sickness you can cure. The Nox virus, unless you have a cure mod, you can't cure. You die. That's how that works. It's the only way to cure it is through debug. That's the outside of cure mods. Because well, the Nox virus is a checkbox. Do you have the virus? Yes or no? It's a checkbox, which means that if it checks yes, your character will die. That's just how that goes. Oh, the zombie. Okay. That kind of makes sense, though. Because it means that if you do get hit again, that the virus takes you instantly. That makes sense. It gives you one chance then. It's like having one free life, you know what I mean? In my opinion, that's balanced. I like that. But that's my opinion, and my opinion may not be the same as everybody else. Yeah, in a code standpoint, it's exactly as you explained, and I understood that. But from a gameplay sort of standpoint, it kind of would make sense as well, because it's like you already punched your get out of jail free card. It's over, kind of, you know. I could assume some people get mad about it though, right? But they already used their get out of jail free card. Like, you're using the cure mod already, so it's like, I don't know. I could see people getting mad about it, but at the same time, it's like the game was never meant to have a cure. Like, there was never meant to be a cure for the Nox virus. But so adding one in, to me, makes sense in sort of a balance standpoint if you're susceptible. Yeah, just turn off transmission. See, that could work. I could see that being a fix for it. But that kind of takes away some of the risk factor, right? And I can see that being kind of like a for some folks. Some folks just not liking that. Yeah. It does suck a little bit for them because they want to experience it with the ability to cure themselves, and then they kind of get screwed out of it. But yeah, who knows? Maybe those mods will fix that in the future. I'm sure that they've gotten complaints about it for sure. My character died after right after. It sucked. Because I guarantee there are a lot of folks that wouldn't look at it in the same light as I would. They would be upset as opposed to seeing it as an opportunity that they've kind of squandered. Because yes, you can say don't get hit, but you copied my traits. Okay. The reason why I've got my character built the way that I do is because of it's axes are really good if you're cold. Yeah, see, that's using debug though. It's the only way to for sure do it. Hello. I'm gonna sit and just heat myself up. Take some water. All right. Hopefully you won't. You shouldn't if you don't have any other mods that are like that. I mean, I don't know exactly what Wickhammer's mod list is. I did give it a cursory glance, but I'm not. I don't have it committed to memory. I remember he had quite a lot of mods though that make the game both harder and then also he's got balancing factors around it. Wick goes really hard into really making his run tailored to be difficult but have balance in it. There's mods that make it easier, and then there's mods that make it harder. Like using Britas but having jogging zombies, or being susceptible but having a cure. Yeah, my mod list is really, really simple. There are very, very few mods. Most of my mods are cosmetic, and you don't even need them. But well, I mean, I like the frog hat, so having that is the most important for my mods. I like this hat; it's cute. That said, though, most of the map, mine would be if it wasn't for the fact that I'm playing a modded map, this would be basically a vanilla plus run. Because we just have vanilla weapons. I've almost got regularity maxed. It's crazy how many trees over there we've chopped down. Here's a thought. The chronic cure, but a drug that reduces the chance of getting the Nox infection. Laceration down to 15%. See, that would be interesting, but at the same time, it'd be like something that you'd have to take every other day, you know, to keep yourself from, like, to keep up those chances. Which at the end of, like, it's the same as tailoring, right? In terms of defense. You just hope that you never have to cash out that insurance. Because the second you out, you know, it's like playing the world's worst lottery. Because, you know, if you win, you die. It's the worst. I won the 7%. Woo! Ah. Okay, put you there. Yeah, okay. With a knight and some more because that's um there actually is a starting equipment pack that you can give yourself at the beginning. If you want, I'll show you where it is. It's part of vanilla. So give me a second. I'll sleep first, and I'll show you real quick. Okay. Um, okay, I'm just gonna show you really fast. Doesn't it start you with an axe and a knife? No, the vanilla kit starts you with a exactly. So it's the school bag, bat, hammer, chips, and water bottle. That vanilla starting kit is it's not like it's not a bad thing in my opinion to start with that, but it's here. It's under if you're going into your custom sandbox options, you pick your spawn. It's under character if I remember right, and it's right here. See, spawn with chips, water bottle, school bag, baseball bat, and a hammer. Out of all of those things, the hammer's probably. I mean, the baseball bat too. Having two weapons to start with in the school bag is not too bad. I'm really keen to see how this menu is going to change in Build 42 when they have when they add in like the other options. It's going to be kind of cool because some of this UI stuff's going to change. I think not probably most of it's going to stay the same, but I figure there's going to be some slight changes. Anyways, back to it. That starter bag though is not terrible in terms of it just gives you something to start with. I don't need it anymore, kind of thing. Like, and I never actually ever turned that on to start because I didn't know about it really when I started playing. But if you know about it, it's nice to have. Most of the time when I played, but especially before I started streaming this more, um, I used to play CDDA, which is the challenge mode where you start with nothing, which is really really fun. Hoarding too many items, yeah. The game teaches you about inventory balancing yourself out because, like, if you don't, you'll suffer for it. You can hoard all the items you want, but if you try to carry them around with you, that's a little bit different. Tools, books. At least until you have an established area where you can dump off your stuff. And then don't be afraid to just leave stuff in different locations. The fact is unless you're playing on a multiplayer server, if you're playing single player Zomboid, this right here is my inventory. Right here. This whole thing. It's my inventory. All of it. It's like Skyrim. It's all mine. It belongs to me. The entirety of the world is my inventory. Right? So it ends up being that if I want, like, it's just a matter of remembering where I put my stuff. Right? Yeah, you are right that CDDA is, it can be a little bit bad, but it's not too bad. Exactly. The world is your oyster. Did I catch anything? I didn't. A lot of people recently, they had what? They had it on, and you fed yourself. Fed myself. Oh, okay, I see. That was. Oh, I think I've seen that person. That person's really interesting. They're just learning the game, right? They just started. I think kudos to them. I'm hoping they're having fun. The game is really fun. I don't know that person, but they said their team name is familiar to me. When I was a lot younger, I remember the Yogscast sort of being into Minecraft. That because I was into Minecraft. So I remember Yogscast from that time. I don't really remember anything about them though. I just remember that they have like that dwarves diggy diggy song, and that's it. And I don't really know much more about the Yogscast. But I do remember them, kind of. Like vaguely remember. They're good folks. They made some really cool like Minecraft challenge runs that were really really fun, and I do remember playing a lot of those kinds of challengey sort of things. Still, my favorite Minecraft challenge run that I've ever played was Infinity Evolved, which was really really fun. I really liked that pack. It was so good. Um, yeah, that is true. West Point is one of those areas that is very. It'll tease you because it has such good loot. Its loot is so good, and it's all clustered in certain areas, and it's such good loot. It just makes you, yeah. It's a good place. I really like West Point. I agree with Otto. Yep, West Point for life. It's one of those places. It's also like it's gonna hold that sort of because it was my first real conquer. Like my first real, I won, you lost, sort of enjoy the L kind of deal. Because defeated West Point. and then I had an L later in that run. That was still like anticlimactic way to die, but I mean at the same time, it's one of those things you don't get really to choose how you die unless you decide to choose to kill your character, which does happen from time to time. Some folks will choose. Like heck, earlier I killed one of my characters just like because we did the escape from West Point thing. I failed 2 times, and then I got one out, and I fed her to the zombies because that's what she does. She because I wasn't actually trying to. I just wanted to escape. When we successfully did that, it was complete. And we should be able to finish off the regularity. Servers times 2, so a bit steep on the challenge curve for the new people. Okay, I understand that. Yeah, because they don't know how to do the combat. They don't know. They're literally just getting used to everything. So there's going to be a lot of death and a lot of chips and water bottles everywhere. But then again, also a lot of baseball bats and hammers too, right? That's kind of useful. I'd run a short blunt or a long blunt character, maybe even both, and then it would be a police officer. So I would take brawler. I would take. So I'm like building a min max character in my head of how I would play that server. It's great, but actually, maybe not even in my head. I was doing it out loud. I think. Yeah, because for all the baseball bats and all of the hammers, and you could always make yourself more blunts. It's not hard. Um, an absolute dire need, you could use planks, and you can also use metal bars as weapons, right? So you'll get tons of nightsticks, and if people keep dying around you, you'll have tons of baseball bats and tons of hammers to work with. It's not like you'll ever run out. But yeah, it's cool that you were helping people. That's awesome. That's how I would do it too. I'd help people be like, okay, we're going to go and kill some zombies. And then if they die, then I would tell them the same thing that we all tell them. It's okay. That's part of the game. You gotta learn somewhere. How the weapon skill system affects damage. The higher your weapon skill, the more the damage. Also strength. Strength and weapon skill. Um, Generally, it's every 2. So every 2 levels, you get it's noticeable. So like 2, 4, 6, 8, and then 10. It's noticeable damage increases. You should be able to see the damage increases. If you have a mod like this, then yeah, you'll see it almost exactly. Um, and then it's strength. Strength also increases your damage. But it's just a matter of it'll all build up over time, right? There's a formula on the wiki that you can look up that gives you the exact values, but what I just said is generally kind of right. It's a lazy version of explaining it without doing all the math, because there's a lot of like stuff behind it, but tried helping by keeping down default respawn on, so by the time you log back in, all of the zombies would respawn. Oh. You killed twice the population of West Point? It's on 2 times. West Point has an 80k pop, but that's on 16 times. Would have killed like thousands of zombies. especially in downtown West Point. Those cells are fairly dense. I bet you. Wow, you had players helping you, right? To help keep it down. Yeah, I wouldn't do that by myself. There's no way. So you killed like 18K play, like just you, 18,000. I wouldn't do that by myself. Well, maybe I would. Hmm. Nah, I'd probably, if I was playing on a multiplayer server like that, I would want to go to an area where I don't think players would be. I'd probably go to Brandenburg, actually. The reason I would go there is because logged in, you kill a few, you add to if you wanted to leave your base. Yeah, that's understandable if they have respawn on. Fighting off West Point with respawn on is a pain. It's a pain in the butt. Because what was it? When I was doing CDDA, I had it was times 6 pop West Point with respawns on, and it was just pain because I couldn't go into West Point, not right away unless I really put pressure on. But I didn't want to put pressure on like that; it'd be too excessive. See, I'd probably go to like Riverside or something. Like I would want to go somewhere like staying near the folks is good, but I would probably bring people to Riverside if I could, and then I would base probably just by Brandenburg, and then I would visit them in Riverside via car. But my main base would be in. That kind of stuff is interesting, though. Everybody has their own way of playing and learning and stuff. Hopefully, it keeps going well. It'll be interesting if they release Build 42. Then there's going to be a lot of new people learning the game. And all the veteran knowledge goes out the window. Well, not quite, but kind of. Our veteran knowledge will still be fairly good to have. It's just lots of things are going to change, right? So, like best weapons and for certain situations may be different, and survival strats will be slightly different, and yeah, there will be so much new stuff to learn. Yeah, there you go. In there's onboard channels. If folks really like the game, they'll generally have a section built for it so that you can kind of stay up to date on it. There we go. Perfect. We'll light you, and then we will fish. I had to chop down 3 trees. That's good. Yeah. Well, the thing is a lot of I'd say a large portion of the game is going to, or servers are going to be vanilla to start, because there's going to be so much to learn, and no mods are really going to work. Mods will get updated, and they will work eventually, but they won't be working right away. So, and I guarantee we're not going to wait. None of us. Everybody's probably going to hop on, right? Yeah, many of the new things will be. The second I catch wind of when Build 42 is coming out, I will be very excited. I do hope that I can get a good chunk of Ravencreek done before Build 42 comes out, but even if I can't, I like, even if it dropped like tomorrow, I would be very much excited, and I would just play that instead. I don't think anybody would blame me for it. It's like getting gifted a brand new like conversion of like, yeah, it's driving the same car for ages and ages. You get gifted a brand new vehicle and you're not going to drive it? Like, no. That's not how that's going to go. You're going to be getting in that new car and you're going to be ripping that thing around. Or you're at least going to sit in it. You're going to sit in it for sure. Even if you're not willing to drive it around because the weather's bad, you are going to get in. There's no question. They've not shown the map yet, but like of their updates. But there's some things that we know that they're going to be updating. I know that the pop on Brandenburg, for example, is too high. It's way too high, like right now, currently. So that's gonna get adjusted. There's going to be so much cool stuff over there, and lots of people are going to want to go and explore that side of the map. I'm thinking that they're going to add in some stuff on the right side of the bottom right side of the map as well that they haven't maybe mentioned. But maybe they aren't going to. Maybe they're not. I doesn't matter. And conjecture aside, it's like we're all going to be excited. That fort exists already in the game. Are they adding more to it? You're talking about the Civil War fort that's over beside Louisville, right? Are they adding more to it? Because it's not really anything in there. It's like kind of just a very low loot husk of a building. How's my health? Okay. It's still a nice building. Don't get me wrong. It is nicer than a lot of other buildings in the but it is kind of an empty building. I'm not trying to throw shade at that building or anything, but it's just like, yeah. There's cooler buildings that have better loot. Add muskets. Could you imagine? Make them loud as hell and take forever to reload, but they shoot one bullet at a time. But you can make the bullets really easily. Like you can like make them out of metal scrap and stuff, like little tiny ball bearings, but it takes forever to reload it, and it shoots only one at a time. Doing a musket only challenge would be so fun if that was how it was. Sounds like pain though, but at the same time, it is interesting. I need to chop down 2 more trees. We'll get a little rest in first, and then we'll go do that. Yeah. Onward. You lamprey. I'm not lamprey. I am not one of the lampreys, unfortunately. I did think about it though. It did pass my mind to make like do a lamprey like lamprey CA or what was it? Like there was a mistress lamprey. What was it? So I think, but I was like maybe, but I was like, nah. I'll just stick with my own sort of thing. It did pass through my mind. Yeah, there's a mistress lamprey. I think it was Sparrows. I think was Mistress Lamprey. Lamprey. You could have jumped on that there, Karumi. Totally could have. But I know you. You're just happy being a Karumi. I don't stream. That's not relevant. You know that's not relevant. You're just being a butt on purpose. No, it isn't. It's not relevant at all. All the Lamprey stream. Not all of them do. If I remember correctly, Mr. Lamprey US doesn't stream. Or maybe he does. Maybe I'm wrong. I've not seen Mr. Lamprey's US. Hi there. Nah, Kurumi doesn't like to stream. Kurumi's too cool for streaming. It's funny though, because Kurumi gets a lot of people who message her like those artist scams and stuff, and like, hey, I've seen your YouTube and your channel, and Kurumi's just like sitting there smiling. You've fallen for my trap card. But greetings and hello and all of that. I'm having a good day trying to survive minus 161 and minus 170 weather. It sucks. I'm dying of thirst, apparently. That's probably not good. Yeah, of course. I was talking about your little guide earlier. I was gonna, like, I don't have a link to it, though. I should post it at some point and attach it to a thing so people can see it. But it did come up earlier. If there are tips and stuff. So I should link, like, put that on the link because it'd be useful for some folks. That's fair. That's why you've been playing RimWorld. I've been playing Monster Hunter with Emma, and then watching Emma play Infinite Wealth, which has been really, really fun. Ah, I see. I'm waiting for them to update Enshrouded more so that Emma and I can play that. Currently, though, Emma can't really play Enshrouded without being upset that the quality's not quite there yet. Needs a little bit more optimization so frames are less framey. But hopefully it'll improve. Yeah, Emma's criticisms are justified. I do agree with her, but I do really want to play the game as well. So I did play a little bit by myself. Oh, I forgot to move this over. This is this thing right here. It's the same as the score counter. I just so I can see it as well, but I could also see it on the screen. So it's like someone stole your sandwich. Did you? Was your name on it? Does your workplace have cameras? You can ask them to look on the cameras. I suppose, like, but then again, maybe that's not the best thing when you're first arriving at the job, accusing someone of stealing your sandwich. It's probably, but somebody stole your sandwich day one. That's like, or like interview one. That's like, hmm. Hopefully, it wasn't the one that you wanted more, and it was the wrong one, and that way you could just be like, "Yeah, I'm sorry. I've just like decided to work elsewhere." Little do they know, it was a sandwich that decided that fate. How dare they take your sandwich? Fancy hot sauces? See, people used to do that at one of my works. Is they used to put hot sauce in things, and like there was ghost chili powder, which was always nice, I guess. You kind of got used to it though after some time, unless you got it in your eyes. Ghost chili in the eyes sucks, by the way. That is a good way to stop them, but also not necessarily because it could also hurt them. So you gotta be careful and not be too much like that. Kind of their fault, but also like I mean, kind of your fault too for leaving your sandwich where someone could steal it. Like yes, unless they're like going into your like your lunch kit and stealing it from there. And that's a completely different issue, in my opinion. But if it's unlike like company fridge, then I wouldn't put my food in a company fridge. I would get I would get like one of those insulated lunch kits, and then I would put that in the company fridge, or something with a little lock on it. That's if I were to work in a place like that. Nobody would be silly enough to touch any of my food. Because most of the time we don't eat at work. And we're there to do work, not to eat. We eat after work. Yeah. I used to have people buy me coffee all the time. Literally all the time. They buy me coffee. I don't really like coffee, but at the same time, it's one of those things that it's like it's a present, so I'm not going to say no. I would just drink it gradually throughout the day. Oh, yeah, tons of coffee. I'd be like, okay, thank you. Yeah, Tim's or Starbucks or sometimes Booster Juice, which is like some kind of shop that you get like uh, what are they called? Smoothies. Usually, you get smoothies there. Yeah. See, but I've expressed that in the past. Hey, look, it's a picture of Kate. This is the second time I found this. Like total in all of my runs. Or no, is it three? Might be three. Either way, picture of Kate. This is a vanilla item that exists that is a picture of Kate. It's here. I'll show you her in a second because I'm just foraging all the way up to the house. But I'll put it down and I'll show it to you. The model's really good. It's one of the better models in the game for display purposes. It's part of the vanilla game. It references Kate, which she is. You never hear the ones of like Bob and I don't know if I've seen those ones on the runs. I know you can. Can you get them? I don't know if I've ever seen them. You have them all? Okay, there. But yeah, I guess Kate may be the rarest out of all of them. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know their rarity. But here, I'll show you. So this is the picture of Kate. This is actually what it looks like in vanilla. We'll just leave it there. Yeah, it's a very nice picture. Ever since they updated the 3D model of it, even the 2D model is fairly good. Hi, Stormtrooper. Hopefully you're having a good day. But see, yeah, that's the 2D model of it right there. Oh, Kurumi's getting out the log of pictures. Two pictures of Kate. One picture of Bob. That's a lot of pictures. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen any of those other ones. But I've seen Kate. Do I need to chop wood? Nope. Alright, I'm gonna do something completely useless and not necessary at all. But can't tell me it doesn't look satisfying after. Nobody will be able to do that. It's not satisfying. It's glorious, yes. I just it pleases me in ways that I don't understand. Wow, it's not that I don't understand them. I wholeheartedly know it's a dopamine release, but still, like, come on. It's like, you know, when somebody peels the plastic off of something that's brand new. Or, yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know about those things, but you gotta remember you also you have Britas as well, so there might be some of those that are like part of Britas, but I don't, or like not just Britas but other mods. I don't know. Some of those things probably are vanilla though. I just don't know about a rubber duck with like a battery attachment is vanilla, but it's not spawnable in vanilla. Okay, so the thing is what's not spawnable in vanilla may still be accessible via mods spawning them in. So they might a mod might make them available. Is what I mean. Does that make sense? Like it adds it to the forage pool or it adds it to something. But then again, it may just be on those things. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm not very versed in that stuff. That's stuff that you would have to ask the mod maker or the code divers because sometimes they add stuff and it is not included in their mod description. Like they'll add or minus something that you maybe a feature that you like, and you'll only know because you like that feature. You know. Okay. So now we can do some exercise for like a little bit. 40-minute rounds for a little bit, or 30 minutes, not 40. Might show up in foraging. It's sort of like there. Maybe it's just really, really, really low chance though, like the Spiffo statue. Apparently, there's a Spiffo. You know the Spiffo statue that's in front of the HQ. Apparently, that is extremely low chance, but can spawn as well in foraging. But it's like such a low chance that if anyone were to get it and get recorded footage of it, that it would literally be doctored. Like nobody will believe it. Like it would be something that just nobody will believe. That's how rare it is. Well, I've got the Kate's photo just a second ago from foraging. The and that's what brought about this whole conversation actually. Is because apparently there's other photos and there's like other rare stuff in foraging. Foraging's great. The I've only ever found Kate's photo though 2 or 3 times. I don't know if it's three. It might be three. It might be two. I know I definitely found it one time in a CDDA run because when I found it, me and Tower had a conversation about it, and because Tower has that photo too, right? But like Karumi said, there's might be other photos, maybe. I don't know. Tower might have a couple other photos, maybe. This run's been going for a long time. But yeah. Kate's photo is definitely one of the better. That whole story is really, really touching and sweet. Kind of. But also, like, not at the same time, right? It's like got very dark undertones. The story of Kate and Bob. The reason why I think it's sweet is because, like, I mean, during that tutorial segment, Kate's like, you to get out of the tutorial, you have to you can you could smother Kate with the pillow, and some of her dialogue was like, she like understood kind of, which is it's sort of sad, really sad, but also kind of because she can't run away from the zombies because she's injured and sick. So, like, I mean, it's really like it's a bad story, but it's like kind of kind of sweet too, bittersweet. Go level up first aid. She was like, she had other issues though that were like not just because she broke her leg. Although I think breaking her leg was part of it. You have 10k human meat. Congrats, Kurumi. Okay, we should be able to. We're actually making good progress on this. We're about halfway. And we just have about a week left in January, and then 20. Is it 28 or 29? I forget if 94 is a leap year or not. Does that matter in this? I don't remember. I think it might, but it might not. I did a test with the calendar at one point in time. I don't remember if there are leap years in this game's calendar system, though. It might not be. Because I vaguely remember. It does have leap years. Okay. 94 is a leap year, isn't it? No. Maybe? Hmm. I just know that the survival time is a ticker timer that's separate. Which, when I found that out, it's a bit frustrating. Because it's like, why are these two things not linked? Alright, let's go. Oh, that is a forage radius. When you have a forage radius that's so small for so long, you get a real forage radius. Adds to the Google Doc. Nice. Aries? Chipstone. Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're bored. Rightly so. I don't blame you. Okay, almost done with the... Alright, let's go fish. That's almost another day done. I mean, that's how that goes sometimes. You should definitely share space with your sibling. That would be for the best. Plus, you'll come to appreciate that sibling later. I should have added the true dancing mod. That would have been interesting. Oh well. That one can be kind of jank, though. Sometimes. Nah, I'm not gonna just add in mods mid run. You need to find the magazines, yes, but the magazines are something that you can find, I think, through foraging. And although magazines are kind of a rare spawn from foraging, I, I might have found some at the beginning. And you also get some base, don't you? Like you get like a handful of dances that your character just knows. Oh well, it's one of those things that's like it's the only reason I'm thinking about it is because I like the music that I'm listening to, and I'm like I wish I could dance to this, and then that's what brought on that train of thought. I was like kind of wouldn't mind dancing to this and just like having a good time. Where are you? You came in the window. Okay. Are you over here? Hello. And this is why I don't fight at the moment. That window's open again. Because you couldn't keep your hands off the window, huh? Inappropriate touching of my window. Rude. Well, at least that kind of shows that the world's not empty. It feels empty right now, though, doesn't it? Kind of. I like that it feels empty. I worked hard to make it feel empty. It feels justified. And we'll make it feel more populated when we go to the trailer park for real, when it's spring. But for right now, it's not spring. Well, I got careless and died on my first long run 4 months, and then my new character activated Carlo and died right away, and then made a new character, activated a house climb and died right away. I feel that. That's understandable. It happens sometimes. Don't fret. Sometimes you'll die on repeat, whether it's your own fault or it's the fault of a bug or that's the fault of just absolutely atrocious bad luck over and over and over again. You know, whether you make a skill issue or you know a choice leads to your demise. It's fine. We've all been there, had a bad week, and just kind of get owned for a while by the game, but it's okay. It'll pass, and you'll get back on sort of a nice long run soon. Like a nice cabin in the woods catching on fire. Yeah, definitely. Wouldn't know that one firsthand. Definitely not. No, it's never happened to me. Not at all. Oh, this mug is almost empty. I'm gonna get myself some more tea. We'll get ourselves more tea after the fishing's done. All right, let's go get more tea. So I'll be right back. Alright. Let's carry on. Are you alright? There was a meta, so maybe there was some zombies got pulled near me. If there's 3, there's probably more. We'll probably need to clear out a bit. We'll have to wait and see, though. I'm tempted to go look on that one path, but if I go over there... Like this path that goes to the trailer park? The issue is that it's too cold to actually move over there. So in order to move there proper, I would need to move this fire. Bring it up here somewhere, like there. Let's go add these. Okay. I did want to check a little bit of the path. But now we're cold again. Mm-hmm. Hello. What are you doing? That's kind of neat. Did I leave that open? I guess I must have. Zombie falls from the ceiling and eats me right now. I I would just laugh because there's nothing that I could do. How would I predict that? It just like falls down, and because when zombies fall like that and it's less than a certain amount of distance, it probably would get an attack off. I wouldn't even be mad. That zombie would deserve that kill. Waits in the upstairs like a ninja. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad. I would just kudos to that zombie if there was a zombie that could ever do that. Ambush ya. I don't think any, but well, I mean, some folks might get mad at that. You never died to zombie rain, but it came really close. I figure that their animations get a little weird if they fall from heights. Like if they fall on top of you. Oh yeah, I restarted my. So I lost my search focus. Oh, man, we got pretty lucky on those chipstones. It's kind of how I feel right now is Stardew music. While you had a generator in hand, that sounds horrifying. I do have rose hips to eat, but I'm trying to not eat them if I can avoid it because they're better used to make my fish taste better. Alright, we can switch back to stones. 8,000 more XP, and then we're done with foraging in terms of leveling it, anyways. We're as cold as possible. When it's not storming, it is bright out there. Hmm? Nice. We'll forage for a bit longer, and then we'll head over to the fishing spot and fish some more. 5 more days, and we're done with January, and then we are no, sorry, 6 more days. 7 more days. I wasn't including this day though. But we and we've got February to deal with, and then that's it for winter. Winter's done. Today's kind of a warm day, sort of, kind of. When you've seen minus 171, you kind of just accept 150 as like a nice day. It's brutal. 171, it's just not like it's not fun because you can like it shaves down the time that it takes your coldness to go down by a little bit more, and it's just awful. Thought I heard a zombie. One, two. A little bit early, but I don't care. Hello. Yes, I caught socks while fishing. That's normal. I catch socks and rip them into sheets, and then I will. Sometimes I'll make sheet ropes out of them, and then also I catch shoes sometimes, and I have to throw the shoes in the garbage or into zombies, depending. It's a good way to keep enough ripped sheets around so that I can keep. Like, it's an extra little bit. It's useful. Hello, by the way. Fill the water. Put out the fire. Go have a nap. There we go. It's a little bit strange. I thought I could hear zombies, but I guess not. I maybe they just wandered off. Okay, we're almost at the shore. Another day of fishing. I'm gonna chop down 3 trees today. I love that that thing does that. Do you want to sleep? Yes or no? No. 9 times out of 10, it's no. Unless I'm out of bed. It's like every time. Oops. No. Almost done. One more rep of squats. I guess that's it's not reps, but still one more set. Set of squats. Okay, let's go. Hey, Chili. How are you doing? There we go. Chili Raid. Hopefully you're having good fun with your Valheim. How has it been? How is the server? Is it good? Is it smooth? Is it everything you've hoped for? I'm hopeful. Chili Raid. Yas. So true. Hopefully it's everything you were hoping for. Chili started a public Valheim server. Oh, geez. Thank you very much for the subscription. It's tier 2 as well. That's crazy. Tier 2 subscription. All fancy. Well, enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes, as well as I guess you get like a special emote for being that looks like a mace almost, even though I know it's a letter opener. It's the star on the end makes it look like a mace, kind of. Thank you very much. I do appreciate you. I'm doing very good though, Chili. I'm having a good day. I'm almost through January. One more month of winter to go, and then I'm free from winter's grasp, at the very least. Special weapon. GG on 6K. Yeah, I mean, we're doing okay on the kills. I can't really get very many kills right now, though, because I'm trapped here. I literally can't leave. If I leave, it's very short-lived, because I get hypothermia, like, almost immediately. Like, look, it's chilly right now, but it's going to jump... Oh, it's chilly right now. But it's going to jump right down to cold, freezing, hypothermia, almost, like, within mere moments. You'd almost think that it was like minus 60 plus or something right now. You prefer blunt weapons? Oh, so it's perfect fit. Yes. Well, kudos. I'm glad. I wonder if we'll be able to craft maces. Could you imagine crafting a mace? Like a medieval mace? Or like a flail? Okay, well, I mean, if they're not part of vanilla, there'll probably be a mod that has it. Probably. But they did say that they were going to lean towards medieval stuff, so maybe. We can wait and see. Okay. They've shown maces, but not flails. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Either way, yeah, super exciting. But yeah, so hopefully your Valheim is going good. Is it all that you've hoped? Is there like is like your base set up and stuff? I only popped in for a bit. Got to see a little bit of the Valheim. See, I still don't know very much about Valheim. I know it's a survival game, but I've never played it, so it's one of those things, right? Get a sleep in. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting trying to figure out. See, the thing is I really want to use bows in, and so I'm going to probably very much poke at the boyering just to see how it is, and then also husbandry and all of that stuff. So that's those are the things that I'm kind of looking forward to poke at in the game. That and the optimizations. Obviously, I'm going to be really excited that my potato PC won't be exploding around, 5K zombies anymore. So that'll be kind of nice to have. Um, as well as just everything overall. So, but yeah, it'll be cool to see the different weapons in the different categories. Because right now, for example, long blade only has two weapons. Short blades has a decent amount of weapons, and so does a lot of the other ones. But like short blunts is kind of there. It's not as there's not as many short blunts. You got your choice between the different kinds of bars and a nightstick and a handful of hammers, but it's like, and then axes. There's only like a handful of kinds of axes. So if you could do like a makeshift like pickaxe or something that's not like the current pickaxe, one that's a little bit easier, or lighter to. It'll be just interesting either way. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, kudos if Valheim's going good. I have to pop in there at some point and see for how far you guys have progressed and stuff. It is mildly annoying to be underweight, but I think we'll be okay. Yeah, because our weight just scaled off. So if we do nothing today, but I need to chop trees. Here we go. Sorry, by the way, Chili, if it gives you anxiety, my bad. I know Chili doesn't like speeding up time and chopping, but I'm mostly like not well. No, this area is not actually safe at all. There's zombies around, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Be a weird way to lose a character, that's for sure, but kind of fun too. Okay, let's go and do some foraging back to the house, and hopefully, like right now, we've lost quite a bit of weight. We're at 73, but we stabilized, so we'll be okay for a little bit. Um, I need to be a bit more diligent on fishing hours. I've been kind of lax on it, letting like a couple of 10 to 20 minute increments just slip away. But those could make all the difference, but I think we'll be okay. Random empty tin can. We should be able to survive the next 5 days very easily, and then hopefully another 20 or 30 or 28 days. Fix our weight, and hopefully by then the cold is gone, or at least not. The cold's never going to be gone, but like it'll be not minus 66. I just don't want it to be minus 66 anymore. Minus like 110 is fine. I'm okay with that. I'll deal with minus 110 Celsius. Okay, I do want to do a once around the property kind of deal, though, because I want to see. Just in case. And we'll get our fitness on. Aha! Or the log wall? I built it for fun. I know that's a little strange thing to do for fun, but I just I threw it up for fun while I was bored at one point. Like I'm gonna build a little log wall, and I figured I would, yeah, I would wrap it all the way around. But then I was like, I don't like. I want to make sure we're maintaining wood. And then I started saving up axes, and I'm like, oh, but what if I have a large axe supply for when we get to go and raid this trailer park? So then I stopped building the wall. So that's why I started building it for fun and to wrap it all the way around for fun, and then I stopped because yeah, Gabe is correct. I build walls for fun. It's just the way that I am. It's even funnier if you really think about it because what was it? The character that I used to play in Overwatch was May. So I know a thing or two about walls, that's for certain. I very much know walls inside and out. Few hundred tiles. I put like thousands of tiles worth of yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot of a lot. And it's even worse if you think about the fact that I built 30% of the wall or so, and then I had to build it again, which is another 60%. I put like easily I've done like a lot of log walls. If it were if there's ever a log wall contest, I got it covered. I'll take care of it. Don't worry. Let's just hope there's no log wall contest though. Let's just not have a contest like that. Six. This should start weight gain, maybe? No, probably not. No, it's not enough, I don't think. It looks like weight gain right now, but it's probably going to fall off. If we can just hold this weight for another in-game month, we'll be good. What if I don't smoke as a smoker? You'll get sad, and your character's gonna be anxious and sad, which doesn't really do very much, but it lowers your action speed. So in a run like this, it's just objectively not very fun, because especially if you have to pick up forageable items, it'll make that take longer. Transferring items in and out of your bag takes longer. Looting, organizing, starting fires, I think maybe, but I don't know for sure. I just know that it's being sad lowers your action speed, which is just, it's not good. Now, if you can get cigarettes, that's different, and you could take a mod that lets you light off of like fires and stoves and stuff. That would make it a little easier, but yeah, almost everything that puts a bar above your head. It ends up being really, really bad if you're especially in like this sort of stuff, because it takes, like, I'm always lighting fires, I'm always like foraging and doing a bunch of those actions, fishing. Hmm. Oh, I didn't even see that. The spelling error. I just read it right. My brain put it back in order for you. It's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to worry. It's like, yes, that's how that works. It's fine. But now it's only 21. Okay, see. And if you start with like the fitness traits, it's gonna hurt you a little bit in the beginning, but it'll overall be better in the long run. So while Zero to Hero does suck for the first little while, it sucks having low fitness and it sucks having low strength. But once you start scaling your character up, having those extra trait points at your disposal gives you a lot more to work with, right? I get an extra 30 points in the beginning. I get to spend that on other stuff that's like, you know, hunter and organize, keen hearing, all of the two cost traits. So like cat's eyes, dexterous, outdoorsman, wakeful. Picked up brave, got gymnast, hiker. Hiker's been really good in this playthrough. I was mulling over hiker in at the very beginning of the playthrough, like way back when we hadn't any deaths, like, or we hadn't incurred very many. I was thinking about it. I'm kind of glad that we decided to go with it, because it is good when you're trying to forage a lot of things early game. That's fair. I find it is fun to try and like just use the game or play the game the way with like the limits that it set. Okay. Smoker's not a bad trait. It's just it's a bit annoying. That's all. That's my opinion on the smoker trait. It's like giving yourself an extra hunger bar. It's a manageable trait though. Like it's not like it's a bad trait. It's just like fear of blood. It's manageable. It's just it's they're a bit annoying just because of how they're built. No, no, you should just continue your run. Having Smoker is just a part of the run. It's part of your playthrough. In my opinion, if you took Smoker, continue your run. At least until your character dies, and then move on to the next one. Easy peasy. You can run multiple runs if you really like it, but like I like to do that. But um, like I'll run maybe a couple of runs. If I were to get bored with this particular style of play, I would run something else and play something else for a day, or maybe more than one day. I don't know, but I don't get bored very frequently because I'm very much the kind of person that will play other like games, or I have work, and when I have work, it steps me away from the game long enough that I'm usually ready to play some more. You know, that's one of the reasons why I didn't really feel burnout at all in my Time 16 run. Like, I mean, I felt days where it was a bit tedious. Like, for example, fighting the Crossroads Mall. I fought that mall for 11 days. That was a bit tedious. But in saying that, tedious doesn't mean that I'm not having fun. Part of the game is tedium. So just like when you're playing like RuneScape or Skyrim or any game where you've got stats you got to level up. Well, I mean it's the same. Or areas that you've got to clear, dungeons you got to go to. It's the same, pretty much. Oh yeah, you can easily get tons and tons of cigarettes and lighters and matches. It's super easy to get them. But in saying that, it is an extra hunger bar. In early game, it can be a bit of a pain in the ass. Okay, one more set. Pause for just a second. Be right back. Yeah, you can stave off smoker for a bit, but it's not one of those things that you would really. Oh, Mr. Lamprey BR. Being, how goes it, Mr. Lamprey BR? Gonna shout out Mr. Lamprey BR because that's your zomboid-ish title, Gaz. But totally agree with those average numbers. Hey, no, you didn't get rated by Mr. Lamprey. You are Mr. Lamprey. That's you're part of the franchise. Remember, just because one restaurant has more customers than the other restaurant doesn't mean that you know it won't suggest to go to the other restaurant. Sometimes it's good. But how goes? Are you getting lots of stuff done? Yeah, you are Mr. Lamprey. I am gonna shout out your actual channel though here in a bit, if you don't mind. But yeah, you're getting through Riverside. Using the day one. Oh, you're trying to. Okay, so you're trying to get the 20. What was it? It was I have it written down. It's like 20. It's 223. 200. 2,233. It's tough. You did about 1.1k in 10 hours killing with katanas at level 6. Yeah, in order to challenge like 2k, you're gonna need at least level 10 stuff, I think. Because 2k is that's a lot. Even with level 10 stuff, it's gonna be hard. Oops. That's like a day of non-stop killing for sure. And my favorite part of that was that Lamprey also said he ran out of zombies at one point, which means that he could have got more. It's like, could you imagine if he hadn't ran out of zombies? That number would be bigger. Thank goodness the game did that for him, kind of. I'll let other people catch up, just briefly. Yeah, thank you very much for the raid. And I do want to shout out your actual channel. The art and the minis are really cool, and I do really like them. Yes, there we go. Though at this point, like I mean, it's always interesting. Of course. Yeah, we're surviving as best we can in this weather. I let my weight go a little bit though, which is a problem, but I have been fishing in fishing hours. It's just been not very lucky. I need a really good day of fishing. But yeah. You run claustrophobia? I mean, claustrophobia is not so bad. It goes away after a while, and then only like really really small rooms hurt you. It's perfect for like for early game kind of like to lose during early game. Plus, claustrophobia lets you if you're going to stay inside and you're going to read, you're scared of the indoors, so you don't get bored. No, you bugger. Yeah, thank you very much for the. I'm glad that you're managing to have things go well. There we go. Perfect. Okay, let's go upstairs and have our nap. 4 more days. And then we're in Feb. Yeah, regular books and comic books. I'm gonna like if they make it so that you can read a book more than once, even if there's a diminishing return on the book. Like, because being currently the way books work is you eat them. That's what I picture as the because they disappear after. So that's how my mental image on it is you eat them. But you consume books, gain happiness. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the truth, but I like even if it's like a diminishing return and to read the same book, I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, and then treating the unhappiness and failing because they keep letting boredom build back up and not realizing that boredom kind of has to you kind of have to be outside in order to get rid of it. Kind of, it builds up indoors. Yeah, you can read books while you're outside, or alternatively, if you have claustrophobia, you can read books while you're inside, and there's no issue because you're scared of the inside, and that's a way to get around the boredom. Claustrophobia early game is really really good for that. Bad for sleeping, good for reading. Mm. Oh yeah, like a warehouse or something. That's why claustrophobia paired with like a base in like McCoy is really good, or a warehouse in general. McCoy used to be really, really popular for bases. And then part of it was filled up with zombies so that it would be a little bit harder to base there. But still, it's still a great base location. I wonder if they're going to do the same thing to the West Point Mansions. Ad break? I'm sorry. You know, commercials required, not by choice. Okay, let's get a little bit warm. No worries, it's fine. Here, there you go. You can pick one of those options. Wait patiently is usually the easiest one. Or get an ad blocker. Or pay. Those are the options that you have, though, in case you didn't know them. But they can't hear me because of the ads. So, you know. Interesting, though. Oh, wow. Oh, dear. No worries. That's fair. And I do appreciate when people can, like, but I can see when the ads go. So, if you think that I'm going to just, like, ignore you, then, you know, I'm not going to. You can just always come back afterwards and be like, so that conversation we were having, you know. But I can see when the ads start. And it tells me. Sort of. Sometimes it's bugged. I really don't like fighting with hypothermia. It sucks. Sucks so hard. Okay, let's go warm up. I think this is the coldest temperature we've seen so far. Minus 175. Okay, we're good to go. Okay, let's go search out the rest of this side, because clearly these are the ones that were pulled by the meta into the cell and then migrated to me. Oh my god, having attack speed. Oh, there it goes. My attack speed. It was nice having you. It was nice having attack speed for that brief 2 seconds of attack speed. I really can't wait for winter to be done because it's so cold. Like even inside is cold. Like we're directly next to our heat source and it's only 12.5 Celsius. And so this is directly next to the heat source for the folks that use Fahrenheit. There you go. Like that is the hottest place that I can sit. at the moment. 54 is nice, you're not wrong, but at the same time, and 13 degrees is not bad, you're right. But when I move ever so slightly away from it, like even just one square away from it, which would be here, it's 6. 6 is still kind of nice, but like I'm still in the house directly next to it. And then this is 2 tiles away is -6. So it's starting to get really, really cold. And then I go outside and it's -173, yeah. We're doing the best we can though. I am gonna do a little shouting over here though to hopefully pull the ones that are in the trees over. I was kind of doing the wall out of boredom and also but then I ran out of rip cheats. I've gotten more since then, but I stopped doing the wall because I was just like, there's other things that I can be doing. So, but yeah, I was doing it out of boredom. I don't need it. It's excessive. With extremely rare loot settings, that's fair. We're doing insanely rare, which is this basically the same as extremely rare. I don't really notice that much of a difference between the two. There we go. I think that should be most of the zombies in this area. Oh, zombie on the wall. You've been alive for over a month? Kudos! This run started in July, so the standard default spawn time, but it's cryo winter super cold. So like it was hard kind of to get. Well, it wasn't that hard to get to where I was once I've learned where I needed to go, but it's like it's very much a learning run because I don't know Ravencreek. I'm not sure about the map. Like it's I've played about some time on it now, but mostly I've seen this area. I've seen a little bit of the town, but not enough of it to really say that I know where things are. I kind of have an idea where Gigamart is in the movie, the Starplex is. I kind of know where the military area is that they were doing the quarantine with the little hospital. There's like a tunnel that goes offside of it. These are all things that I'm kind of just that's off my memory. There is a warehouse and a port on the left side, like on an islandy section that's like by itself. Um, we spawned there once. Your longest run is 4 months, and I don't count it because I use default. No. You should still count it. 4 months is your PB. That's your personal best. Even if you're using apocalypse settings, that's not relevant. That was your personal best. You made it to 4 months, and that's kudos. Good job. Even if you're playing on like builder, it's to survive a decent amount of time in the game is good. If you survive for a few months, or you get a few hundred or thousands of kills, and or you make a really cool base, it's your playthrough, right? It's not necessarily all just about killing and survival. It's about making your character story too. You died last night on a multiplayer server, 7 months, 1500. You were number 8. You wanted top 3. That's fair. I can understand. I wanted to get bronze medal too, and I'm not. My kill score is not even top, or it's my kill score is in the top 10, kind of still, but it's like I think I'm number 7 or 6. I can't remember out of the people that I know, and then like the top 3 are all monsters, absolutely like the best of the best Zomboid players that are just ridiculous. They are crazy folks. I'm happy to try and like chase after them. It's fun. I'd like to get a podium position, but I know that's not going to happen before Build 42 comes out. I'm realistic, and I understand that Build 42 will come out before I can get this number up into like the 300k. Do you think I'm 5th? Aren't you going to be 5th though? I'm pretty sure you're going to be pushing me down the leaderboard here in a bit. I'm almost certain of it. You're very close to your 300k. And then Mark is also very close to 300k, but Mark is getting a bit tired and was playing some other stuff too, like taking a break and playing battle backpacks and stuff like that, which is understandable because I think you'll get there. Because Volk and Twist are still both they're both on burnout leave kind of. And last time I seen Twist playing Zomboid, he was doing a fresh run. So his current really like large character is like taking a very long break. First place was only 36k kills, so that's still decent though. I mean, it shows that they know what they're doing. And chop down a couple trees. Hmm? You have a ton of ammo, and your server is 70% recovery, so yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, I've not really used the skill journal myself. It's just not within my playstyle. If I die, I restart, like brand new. But it's just different styles of play from different folks. Lots of folks like the skill journal, and it gives sort of like a Minecraft feel, right? Where if you die, you can go pick up your stuff, and then pick up where you left off. And if there's a diminishing return on that, then I mean that's fine too. It's kind of like 7 days then, right? Which is fair. I wouldn't be against that kind of mental. It's just not my style, right? Everybody has the way that they like to play the game best, and there's no wrong way to play. You can kind of play it in any which way that you want. Like, for example, people don't like these two traits together, but I like them together. I like Pacifist and Slow Learner because it gives me more game to play. Because it takes longer for me to level stuff up. It's yeah, it's better for me for that reason. Plus, that gives me more points to spend, right? Because eventually, I'm hoping to get my skills all to level 10. I've never done that before. Have like a perfect character. I got kind of close, but not really. There was still a long way to go. Because I think the closest I ever got was I think I was level 7 or 8 on everything. I had level 10 short blades. I had what was it? I think I actually had level 8 or 9 long blade because I kept using machetes for a little while. Um, I'm pretty sure this was basically maxed out. This was basically maxed out. This one was maxed out. And then I think I got to level 6 reloading and level 5 or no, maybe level 6 shoot aiming as well. These were maxed out too. But this section right here takes an eternity. Like firearms take so long to level up if you don't have a trait in it. And I thankfully would take hunter, so I do have a trait in aiming, but not having a trait in reloading sucks. Reloading takes so long. It's mind numbing because you don't get to go anywhere. You're stuck just sitting in one spot. Bullets go in, bullets go out. Bullets go in, bullets go out. Reminds me that Tower's got to do a reloading stream at some point. And if I survive long enough, I've got to do one too, but I don't know if I will. I'm hoping Build 42 comes out before, so that I can be like, oh, Build 42, and jump on that instead. I don't think I'll be like if I were thinking realistically, I don't think I'll be defeating all of Ravencreek before Build 42 comes out. But if I do, I do. Times 16 is like a lot though, so we'll see. Your base is in Ravencreek? That sounds kind of cool. We've seen a couple of bases before posted. There's like some really interesting base designs. You're trying to find multiplayer servers to play on? Go look on the PZ Discord. There's plenty of people advertising their servers there. And there's a couple people that do host some really neat servers. You'll see them around the community too, like Bert Bertson or there's a couple other ones that are new that just sort of popped up. Interiors? RV interiors? Oh, okay. So like the RV interiors mod. Yeah, sometimes the server, it just depends on finding the right one, the right fit for you, kind of, right? Whenever on a server. How different? No, it's not really PvP heavy. Although you can find a couple of PvP servers, the PvP in Zomboid is not really refined yet. It's kind of janky. It's whoever kind of strikes first will often get the kill, unless they mess up. But from there, it's like servers. No, actually, it's not even whoever brings the gun. It's actually because aiming in this is sometimes, even if you have fairly good aiming, the person who can run over and stun lock you with melee will probably be better than the person who has a gun. But yeah, there's a couple of servers that exist. I'm sure you can find one. Oh, kudos. Nice when folks help each other out. Oh, you could also do Bronze's Sprinter server. Yeah, that's true. But that's mostly PVE, and it's a Sprinter server. So it's like, and I think Djax also has servers sometimes going. I don't know if he has one going right now though. That server has 2.5% sprinters. Yeah, yeah. PZ is very much a community of everybody being wholesome and being like wanting to everybody to improve and get everything sort of sorted. So if somebody has the wrong information, they'll try and help you out and or to improve everybody. Everybody can survive years in this game. It's possible. And get as many kills as they want, make an awesome base, or understand mechanics that are more like difficult. There's nothing that's too difficult. Zomboids is a wide pool that is not very deep, but it is wide. There is lots of things you can learn. You're trying to learn how to deal with them. Juggling them is possible. There's if you're really looking for a way to figure out how to deal with sprinters, um, hopefully he hasn't changed his name yet. But let's see. There we go. I think yeah. Okay, so he hasn't changed his name yet. But Mr. Lamprey AU or Bonds, as everybody's kind of will call him, um, he's very good at dealing with sprinters. And then there's also Animal as well. But Animal's not been playing. He's been playing Lethal Company, trying to get a world record in that. So he's been a bit busy. But Animal is also the leading person in sprinters with the highest sprinter count. He's got Animal has what 15,300, something like that. And then Bonds is also sitting up in the 9Ks or 6Ks or so. I'm pretty sure somewhere around there. Just ridiculously high numbers. And then Lamprey's going to be jumping in on that as soon as he's done hitting his million, which is going to be soon. I say soon, but it's it's going to take quite a while, but it's soon comparatively to how long the run's been. His run has been for is in the realm of 1,500 hours, so an extra 50 hours on that is not gonna be that bad. It's not 50 hours, but you suck at execution. It's sprinters are interesting. They definitely are tough. They're zomboids kind of max difficulty is in sprinters. If you're comboing that or playing with a bunch of mods that make your game harder, but every style of play has its difficulty. This style of play has is an endurance game. It's a matter of because the zombies themselves are not that bad. I can handle the zombies no problem, but so long as they don't approach me in mass and push me out of my area, I'm okay. But this is an endurance game in the sense of the there's just a lot of them, right? Like somewhere in the realm between 150 and 250,000 zombies in this small area. There we go. We're cold though, so I need to go and have a sit. And that's not to mention the fact that if I were to turn on something like pinpoint hearing or the helicopters from integration and stuff like that, that it probably would pull the edges of no man's land. And although Ravencreek is sealed, it's sealed in for the most part, there's fences all the way around Ravencreek. Leaving Ravencreek afterwards might be a bit of a chore. But then again, by then I should have a sledgehammer, so maybe not. You don't want to cheese sprinters? That's kind of the thing, though, is that sprinters themselves are cheese. I'm almost always solo, but I have played multiplayer sometimes. Like for example, when Djax was doing the Wild West server, I was on there for quite some time. And I might have kept playing had I not died to a multiplayer bug. But, you know, it is what it is. I kind of was happy that I got as far as I did and then I died. My character was T-posing on the back of an ATV and that's what killed me. Cheesy way to die, but I did die, you know, and I'm one of those kinds of folks that just sort of will take it in stride. Because I don't. If I die, oh well, you know? But I'll probably play again at some point in time. I like a lot of the folks that are around the community, and playing games with them is great. Fences isn't the only tool, but the fences is one of the tools you can use to deal with larger groups of sprinters. There's like shoulder bump tech and lots of other ways to get around sprinters. Fences and windows, though, are your best friend. Like they are literally you need them almost because you can deal with one or two at a time, and if you're Bond's an animal, you can deal with 3 to 5 at a time. But it gets to a point where you have to like really juggle the sprinters, and it would more than that. You need a fence or a window to or something to stick them on. I was able to deal with quite a few sprinters utilizing furniture. Furniture was the thing that like picnic tables and stuff. I spawned in a trailer park in my longest run. I had little boxes that I bring them to, and I turned furniture so that I could, like, as I'm running by the furniture, I'd get them stuck on it. The problem is it was never a guarantee that they would stay stuck on the sprinters, stuck on the furniture, because sometimes sprinters trip, and while that mechanic is good for when they're chasing you, sometimes if they trip while they're on furniture, they will repath, which means that you can kind of be in danger. Um, I was playing on what pop? I can't remember. I think I was playing on 6 times or 8 times for pop for sprinters, and I was doing 100% because 100% is that's kind of just how I'll play it. If I want to play sprinters, I'll play 100% sprinter. Yeah, the furniture obstacle course is sketchy, but it's also when you're playing sprinters, it's like that you kind of have to choose, you know? You got to use some things. It's better than nothing, right? And it did save me a lot of the time with like groups. But yeah, my sprinter gameplay needs a lot of work. I'm nowhere near Bonds or Lamprey or anybody on sprinters yet. I need to practice more. Someday, maybe. Right now, nah. In terms of multiplayer sprinters, though, I would consider doing something like that. Like I know Min had a server going for a while for multiplayer sprinters, and also not sprinters. There's Animal, Bonds, and I put Lamprey on there. Animal, Bonds, and Lamprey. Those are the top three. Yeah, but nobody handles groups like they do. Their sprinters are their bread and butter. Well, sort of. Animals lately has been Lethal Company though, and he's been doing really, really good. Because I'm talking about him, I might as well shout him out. Uh, There we go. But yeah, so he's been doing sprinters for a while, but he's taking a break on PZ to do Lethal Company stuff now, and he's like really good, like speed run master, easily trying to get into the top three. If I remember right, he was really going for gold. And PZ's leaderboard is kind of unofficial, like nobody's really we don't have a speedrun.com. Bonds is setting up a website kind of, and then I have my scoreboard as well. For those that are interested, you can. I didn't update it today, but I manually update the scoreboard. So I still need to update Lamprey's score because he's I know he got more. He's like very close, if not at 900k. But that one, I've got a few categories. I've got sprinters. I've got fast shamblers. That one includes any mods as well. And then there's a category for pure vanilla as well. That's like absolutely no mods at all. Not allowed. No display mods. No cosmetics. Nothing. And those are the things that I have. I know that I'm probably gonna have to update Gaz's score as well. But I mean, I do this. It's a hobby. It's something that I started doing because we had an idea to do a scoreboard, and then people would give me their runs, and then I would try to turn them in. But nobody. He stopped at 895. Okay, that's good. I was gonna go check the VOD anyways, but I do appreciate you telling me so that it's not a surprise. But yeah, the idea started as a lamprey idea actually, and then we kind of I just kind of kept it together, kind of. People were not as interested. I gotta turn my page in my book because I filled up too many notes today. 233311. Yes. Perfect. There we go. Thank you guys. I was gonna go look though, like, and I'm still gonna go look probably because it is a treat watching you kill stuff. You're so good at it. Like when I think of Gaz, I think minis, and then I also think speed killing, like in Zomboid. Like one of the fastest Zomboid speed killers. How cold is it? Not near the fire, to be at 1 degree near the fire. Jeez. My system at some points of the zombie difficulty can be scaled better beyond adding more zombies or making them faster. Yeah, that's true. But there are mods that exist that make them like, for example, like the CDDA zombies, where they'll like throw you, or they'll res each other, or they'll scream to call out for other zombies, stuff like that. So like those kinds of things are left up to the modders, because I think that the thing is that Indie Stone does want to keep it kind of Romero style, kind of zombies, right? I think they do have a vision that they have. which is why that, like, for example, they said that they're not going to do zombie animals, stuff like that. But I do agree with you that it's the skill cap's not high, but any mistake you make is can be fatal. So it's like it does depend. That's one of my favorite parts of the game, though. Yeah. Some people are just so smooth with their combat as well, though. Let's see. To make it fatal is just a stun lock, though. That presents one of the worst features. You get grabbed and it's over. I mean, not necessarily. You can get away, kind of. It just depends on how many have grabbed you and the situation you're in. But I agree with you, kind of, that there is a stun lock feature that can exist. It's kiting backwards and holding down the button. I mean, yeah, but that's the same as sprinters too. Sprinters are just like, but that's the same as everything. You can really oversimplify any game to that extent. Shooters are just put your cursor over someone and click. Like it's like same as you can really oversimplify anything. It's not necessarily. I don't know. It's a bit of a pessimistic view in my opinion. So while I do agree with you to an extent, it's like they're going to be adding new mechanics eventually, and maybe they'll even add new stuff to the zombies. But for right now, we'll just have to wait and see. It does depend for sure. But yeah, that's all games have that sort of thing that you could maybe kind of make an argument about. Like even games that look really nice, they if you can boil them down to just left click, right click, move around, it's like yeah, I don't know. This game at least you can choose which weapons you use, you can choose where you're choosing to fight, you can choose like there's a lot of choices that make it kind of like a Fable or well, not Fable I guess, but like there's choice is what I mean. This burned out. I don't like that this burned out. Sorry, when I think choice, I think Fable, but Fable doesn't really have that many choices in it either. Be good, be bad. That's like, I mean, it's not very deep if you think about it. There we go. The concept of a lot of games is it's meant to have sort of a simple sort of concept, and then you can kind of build on it from there as the player. Relative to other games, the combat system is kind of look at. I mean, yeah, kind of, but then like I mean, it doesn't necessarily. It depends on which games you're comparing it to, and then if you're comparing it to similar games in a genre, it's like, I mean, it's not that complicated comparatively to the other games in the survival genre. Like they're all pretty much just eat, sleep, fight, eat, sleep, fight. Like yeah, it ends up being like, I mean, you can oversimplify, but the survival aspects and then the gameplay aspects of it's it always does depend. Okay, I can do the rest of that later. I was missing fishing time. Yeah, definitely. You can, if you ask any new player, literally any new player, they will say the game is hard, right? And but then there's some games out there that they'll play and it's not considered that hard. They'll be like, "Oh, it was really fun. It wasn't difficult." It just depends, right? PZ is known for its brutality in the sense, I suppose, that the like even just a scratch, one scratch can kill you. And that's not necessarily a bad mechanic. It makes things a little bit more like high stakes, kind of. And if you don't like those kinds of things, you can always mod them out with things like, or change the settings to like not have transfer like the virus be transferred via scratches. You're not linking it to the whole game, okay? Um, it's got fairly like if you were to look at the different styles of weapons you can use in terms of combat, yes, all of the combat is pretty much point and click, but it's if you think about the engine it's on and a bunch of the like it's for the kind of game that it is, it does really well. Like I can't fault the game at all in that sense. Like if it was on a higher like engine or if it was coded differently, it probably wouldn't be PZ, is what I would think. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be the same game. And while I do agree that you could kind of increase the variety in the combat situations, its simplicity sometimes is what really is good about it. I think it ends up being more of a benefit than something that's bad. You're amazing. Thank you very much for the follows. But I don't know. What would you add to make it better? Do you figure more ranged combat because they're thinking of adding bows, more weapon variety? They're adding in a ton of new weapons and crafting. I'm trying to think because what things are could be added that would improve the game that are not going to be added in Build 42. Plus, we don't exactly know what's coming in Build 42, so there might be other things like NPCs are something that a lot of people would really want, but I'm not really that keen on it. In all honesty, The reason why I'm not keen on NPCs is because I feel like that they'll, if done wrong, NPCs will either like over simplify everything in a sense. Like I'll just tell those two to do all the things for me, and I don't have to do anything anymore. Alternatively, if it's it could be just bad in a sense of like they're off screen and they kill you. Like it's a book. I don't know. It's like Resident Evil, okay? Resident Evil to me never ever was an action game. It was more like a thriller, like. And I know a lot of people really like Resident Evil 4, but I'm gonna shit on Resident Evil 4. So I didn't like Resident Evil 4 because it was too long. For first point. Second point, QTEs in that were annoying and unnecessary. Um, it's just it wasn't that good a game. No offense to the people that like it, and if you like Resident Evil 4, feel free. But it's just it wasn't that good a game. The inventory was nice, kind of. That was my favorite part of of that whole game. Probably was the inventory system, but because I like the Tetris, but it steered Resident Evil away from the style that I liked, which was tank control and puzzles. Like simple puzzles, yeah. Like you need to go get the one key from this one area that you have to do like a push puzzle or something for. Yeah, simple puzzles, sort of like Tomb Raider style, but I really enjoyed that, right? To constantly shooting, which just I didn't quite care for. Was like always shooting with different and bigger guns, or you know, it just didn't seem like Resident Evil to me anymore. So I do apologize for the folks that like that game and think it's the greatest, but I my favorite installment of the Resident Evil franchise, as terribly acting as there is still probably going to be like I really like the what were they called? They were like multiplayer. Where did I get that? This Mega Man? Is it Mega Man? Yeah, it's Mega Man. You're right. This is it's called Blizzard Buffalo from My New Soundtrack is what it's called. Um, it's really good, right? I like that song. It's good. Um, Here, I can go grab the song for you really quick. It's on my instrumentals playlist. So if you want the whole playlist, you can just do exclamation point playlist. But here, I'll go back and snag the actual song for you. Um, Go to copy song link. Oh crap! I forgot that. Oh, music, come back. Okay, there you go. There you are. Enjoy. Um, So let's see. I'll give you one example. There's a mod that you have specifically aim and shoot a zombie. Oh, you're talking. Yeah, that's the advanced trajectories. I remember that mod. You love Resident Evil Story for a story, but you got to. Okay, so that's yeah. It just didn't have the same. I'm not trying to shit on the game. It's just it didn't have the same feel. It didn't feel like Resident Evil. It felt like just another game in the series. It's just like, for example, how Village and that other one. What is the other one called? Is it also called Village? Those two Resident Evils were also not Resident Evils in my opinion. Those were like not they were part of something else. They just don't fit in the Resident Evil style in my head. And then Resident Evil 4 and like the Resident Evils after that, just were not in the same. They weren't like they didn't have the same quite quality or elements as it just didn't fit in my head. Yeah, like Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, even the remakes are really, really good. I really like the remakes. And actually, I will say the remake of Resident Evil 4, I was interested and I liked it. I thought it was cool. So the remake of Resident Evil 4 is superior to the old one, in my opinion. I like the new one better than the old one. And I played Resident Evil 5, and I thought Resident Evil 5's story was interesting, but it had one of the longest boss fights I've ever had. The like it was a long boss fight, like really, really long, and it was like multi-phase, like so many bosses, like styles of the same boss. Uh, yeah, that Pixel Clicker is not complaining about the game not being good. Pixel Clicker is simply saying that they want the game to evolve more, and I think we all do a little bit. But at the same time, it's still a good game, and we all agree on that. This isn't like a debate or anything. I was just looking for more depth of what they were looking for because I was curious. Yeah, it's not like we're not like all up in arms fighting or anything. At least that in my head we're not. In my head we're having a like a decent conversation, a good conversation, if you will. Perhaps I'm a little bit strange in that sense, though. It's a good conversation. The combat complex. Yeah, but then my argument earlier was the same, similar. It was that pretty much every game is not really, if you boil it down, it's not complex. Like even games like Age of Empires, collect resources, kill your opponent. A game like League of Legends, destroy the enemy nexus, or collect gold, be a jungler and kill the enemy. There you go, easy peasy. Overwatch. Abuse the fact that players don't understand what a flank is, and just that alone will get you probably to plat or diamond, and then from there it's just the fundamentals and awareness and improving your like skills, like map knowledge, character counters, etc. But that's you don't even need any of that up until diamond plus, and then yeah. Oh, have a good one. You fried your brain writing notes. I can understand. I'm having a good day though so far. It's been pretty good. I need to do more foraging. Foraging while the weather's good. But yeah, it's a good topic. Yeah, I didn't really like that character, but I liked the what. There were some of the other characters that were interesting. Okay, let's be fair though and say that Ashley is one of the dumbest AIs in existence. Just end statement. Sherry Birkin from Resident Evil 2 was superior and in terms of it as an AI. One, Sherry Birkin was not didn't take damage, so she's immortal. And then also she would help. Like if zombies were attacking you and stuff, she'd push them off. Ashley was terrible. Absolutely horrendous. At least in the sequel, she was better. Because I remember her being slightly, like, not completely irritating to be around in when I watched Emma play Resident Evil 4 Remake. She was still kind of annoying, but not nearly as, like, unbearably annoying as she was in 4, the original 4. Yeah, I wouldn't want them to make it like a Humanit Z or a 7 Days to Die. Having a Horde Night would be kind of nice, though. I think a Horde Night every once in a while wouldn't be too bad. But I wouldn't want it to turn into a different game. That's something that I'd be concerned about, because losing some elements may turn it into something that it's not. You know. So I do like the game as it is, and only would like it to be a little bit different in terms of certain things. But yeah, well, I'm definitely going to be happy to see Build 42 and get to play around with the new stuff that they've been working on and see more of Indie Stone's vision, because like they clearly know what they're doing. At least that's what I think. I mean, yeah, Minecraft was in development for over a decade, and you can't tell me that Minecraft didn't know what they were doing, given that there's so many voxel copies of the game. And then some games that, they actually took the concept and then they ran with it in their own way. Like, I wouldn't call 7 Days to Die a voxel copy of Minecraft, even though it's very, very similar in some regards. They went their own direction with it. Similar to how, like, there's a few titles that are similar, but like, I've never played Raft, but I figure Raft would be a good example of a game that's kind of like that, right? I can't wait for us to get more base building options. Yeah, that would be kind of nice. I agree with that. But games take a long time, and the Indie Stone team is not like, you know multi like. Where's Call of Duty's excuse? Or these other games that have millions of dollars at their disposal. I don't blame Indie Stone at all. In all honesty, those other games should pick up their slack, but they don't. A good example would be, why is GTA still peer to peer? Same for Call of Duty. Why? They have enough money to pay for servers easily, but they don't. You know why? Because it's cheap and easy. And why would they bother paying for servers? So, that's a thing as well. Because I used to play GTA Online. I know quite a lot about that game. But yeah, absolutely. It all depends. And modders are amazing. You are right. Anyways, I did enjoy the conversation. I thought it was interesting. You have yourself a good one too. It is interesting to delve into the mind of other people and see their perspectives. And even if you don't agree with it, it's fine. Like, I mean, it's fine. You're not going to agree with everything everybody says, and you're not always going to like everything everybody says, but that's just standard. That's how it goes. Some things somebody's going to say are going to rub you the wrong way. It doesn't mean you have to hate the person for it. It's not necessary. We can kind of just enjoy our lives, enjoy the game we like, and hope that it improves. Same for this game, right? I'm hoping that there's certain things that come with Build 42. Like, I'm really looking forward to the archery. I'm really looking forward to the husbandry and all of the hunting and all of the optimizations and the extensions to vertical building, as well as downward building. That's going to be kind of cool. I do hope we can have parachutes, though, or at least zip lines or something, because, how are we going to get down from a large... Like, I don't want just sheet ropes. That sounds dangerous, to be sheet roping down from 32 stories. I wouldn't do that in reality. I don't think I would be wanting to do it in the game. Especially given that your character can only survive, like, a 3-story fall? Sometimes? Oh. Want to drop 32 stories. Yeah, it's interesting, though. Mm-hmm. You're off to eat lunch? Enjoy. Have a good one. Enjoy your food. Okay, I'm gonna put this in there. Place you here. Sure, there. Okay, that's fine. I'm alright with that. Do 30 more minutes of exercise. Maybe an hour's worth of exercise, actually. Yeah, theory crafting in PZ is really fun. Like doing the different traits, see where you can enjoy. Yeah, I like that too. Because each like build, there's certain things though that I'm looking forward to in builds evolving in the future. Like if like to have quality in the other professions and stuff would be kind of nice. Because currently there's no real reason to take some professions outside of roleplay. So I would like to see those kind of get a little bit of love, in a sense, you know? Giving them a purpose behind just spawn location and roleplay. Yeah, I like the ideas that are going to be. Just to wait and see, though. Yeah, we're gonna have to go berry hunting tomorrow, just to sustain weight just a bit. So I'll preload it. That's 3 days worth. Nice. All right. Well, so for those that are curious what I'm doing in this playthrough and why I'm not leaving this area, it's because the temperature is like minus 150 degrees Celsius. It's very cold. I can't leave because of it. It's too cold. I have hopes though that we will make it to through winter. And then once we're through winter, we will be able to get food more reliably. Temperatures will start coming back up. And then when temperatures are good, like in a good place, we're going to start pushing the trailer park again. And hopefully we'll take the trailer park. That's the goal. Because once I take over the trailer park, I can get some loot going. Hopefully we'll find a pair of long johns. And then I'll start making my push for actual Ravencreek, like the actual town. There's a factory up north that I know exists because we did siege it in the previous playthrough. Um, so there is that. There's only 1 month left in winter, so I just need to push through February. Right now, I'm still losing weight, which sucks, but we are managing to sort of stay in the 70s right now. So if I can keep holding into the 70s, that would be for the best. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, PZ does have that kind of D&D feel when you're on the start select screen. It feels like you're creating something that's kind of cool. Yeah, easily. Just the house that I'm at is gonna have zombies on it, so you're probably gonna want to go south. If I were you, you can go over here, or if you just go straight across here to the river, you can then climb up, go up here. I had to stay down here with like a cold and until I could eventually clear this area. And once I cleared this area, that's when I was able to go and be in the houses long enough to lose my cold. But yeah, with minus 37, easily you will get over here no problem. You don't even need a saw. Like having a saw is bonus. It's really helpful, but it's not a requirement. You don't need one. I was actually gearing up in this playthrough to not have a saw, and then we got a saw. So like, I mean, I was like, okay. When we started the this run, I when I made it out here, I made it out here without. Yeah, it was a really lucky saw. We haven't been clean in a little while, so I was like, I'm gonna clean off. But yeah. Hmm. 6420. Always the meme numbers. My favorite meme number is 777 though. Not or 666. They're both really good meme numbers. 666 probably because in the there's a lot of really good puns with that. Like or well, puns or play on numbers, I guess. It wouldn't be a play on words. Okay, that should be enough berries for now. Oops, I pulled that down. Okay. For those who sit. There we go. Do more fishing. And then we're officially in February. 1 month down. And that's 2 out of 3 winter months taken care of. 1 more winter month to go. All right. And we're back. Nice. I do hope we can lose this debuff soon. Alright. Maybe I will go up that path just a bit. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, hello. Nope, nothing over there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're amazing. Thank you very much for the follow. Mm-hmm. They broke the window near the stairs? That doesn't sound very good. That's about all we can do right now. We're about to tick back down into freezing. So, okay. I feel like I'm getting a handle on the cold, even though I don't. I hope that we don't have to stay this cold forever. Like, cause it's in the -60s right now. I'd really like to get into the positive, or well, by positive I mean like back up to like -110. That seems just nice. It's nice weather, or maybe even 60, -60. I miss that weather. That was so much better. The times when it was warm relative to now. Hopefully, we keep gaining. I should rip some clothes as well while we're at it. I'm just crested into February, yes. So we just need to survive one more month, and then we're into winter month. Winter months are over. I mean, sorry. I've been saying that for a little while, and it's like, yeah, I'm looking forward to not being in winter months anymore. December went by quick. I mean, it did, yeah. Because basically, all I'm able to do is fish, forage, work out, so fitness, and then fight. Many Fs. All right, we'll put that on the ground for a moment, and we'll get to work. If I can push through at least one more month, that would be nice. But if I can at least get through half of this month, I'd be happy. And need to farm? Trap to get fur? No, no fur, but, you know, I would like to farm. That would be kind of nice. I can't farm though, because I promised myself that I'm only allowed to use potatoes outside, and I can't bring any dirt inside because we don't have a shovel or a trowel. So, and I would need a sack to put the dirt in order to bring the stuff inside so we could have strawberries. But you know, it's fine. We do what we can with what we got. But yeah, I get what you mean. You were trying to add more Fs, which I mean, there's quite a lot of Fs. First aid. I could break glass and walk on it and do first aid. Even without the books, I bet you I could do first aid to 10 fairly quickly. It would take 10 days for my feet to heal, though, because we don't have a needle. So that would be a little awkward if zombies showed up while I'm completely wounded and can't do anything for 10 days. That's minimum, not counting the, like, in-game time that it's going to take my character to do the first aid. I think you get less from first aid if you pull the glass out with your hands, right? I don't even actually know if you get XP. I figure you must, right? Because I've always had tweezers when I go for my first aid, so it's just one of those things. And see the fuzz. Or fuzz. I'm sure that the answer is yes. It's probably just less. But if not, you know, I'm not going to wound my feet right now to test it. That's not happening. I already decided that I'm going to continue taking my knee throughout winter, and then once winter is done, and we bulk our character back up to proper weight, then we will be probably. I want to try and push for the trailer park. I really do. But right now, it's been just we've just been holding. Like even now, like we just caught one pike at the end of that, but it's like fishing's debuff. Kind of rough when you have low fishing. Unpack you. Put you there. Put you out there. You. Put you in my bag. Okay, off we go. Go have our nap. Well, we killed a few zombies today so far. That's kind of nice. I really can't wait to get back to the trailer park though and actually start sieging again. That'll be kind of nice. I miss fighting the zombies. You'll test in your own game? Alright, just do like a fresh save and maybe like that would be for the best. Don't do it in a game that's like useful. hate to hear that you would lose a character over something so silly. That is a test. It's good to test things in debug though. And it's that way everybody's kind of got closure on those kinds of things. I test stuff in debug. That's how I got my information on lemongrass and a bunch of other stuff. Like I mean, the information on how to I did water barrels a while ago, like a long time ago, and that information was super useful. Yeah, don't do it in a world that matters. Do it in a world that doesn't matter. You can even use debug to spawn in the items for yourself, like and then you can also get rid of all the zombies around you so they're not bugging you. It's useful. Yeah, don't when you're doing science, do science with the tools that we have. Go another day. It still blows me away that this whole tree line is gone. Tree by tree. We took down that entire section of trees. By hand does give XP. Okay, good to know. I think with tweezers it might be faster and might give more. But you should try it. Or suture holders. I think tweezers and suture holders give the same. You almost burn yourself down? Yeah, you should be very careful. It's, fire is dangerous. Remember to respect it. You're okay though, right? Oh no, you said you burned yourself to death. Oh, okay. No, you're not okay. I misread that. I thought you said you almost burned yourself to death and that you survived. I'm sorry. I've got plans to in the future for an emote that's involving oh, you worded it wrong? Okay. Um but you did almost burn to death, but you did survive. Okay, kudos. Congrats. I do have plans like for an emote that's going to be for people who lose their runs. Cuz I want to do candles for that. Cuz I like candles. So like lighting candles for the fallen kind of thing, right? So I've got that as something I'm looking forward to. Are we bringing our weight back up? Heck yeah. An alarm went off in the other house? You don't want to be there. Be careful. Depending on your pop setting, it's going to be scary. Are you playing times 16? If you're playing times 16, no, you can't be playing times 16 because you wouldn't have been able to take these houses over right away. You're playing. I can't remember. You said you were playing times 4. It might not be as bad. But beware. You're gonna have to deal with lots of zombies. They're gonna come and bother you because what's gonna happen is the I would assume that this is one cell, right? There's a cell here. If the house alarm went off here, then that means that these cells are probably going to spill over a little bit of zombies into your area. Not too much, but a little bit, which would then mean that you're probably going to have to deal with on times 4. When they'll get to you eventually. You might be able to just deal with them as they come, but just be aware that there are probably zombies coming your way eventually. They might end up in this field here actually, because I don't know where the cell borders are exactly, but I somewhere around here, which would mean that the trailer park will spill some up this way. This one will spill a little bit that way. And then the factory that's up here might spill some down. But there might be one cell in between this and the factory. If that's the case, then you won't have to deal with that much. Anyways, I do want to read the question that has been posed. Question: is there a light source that you can put down and you don't have to maintain? You hate playing in the dark and you don't want to make constant gas runs. Kind of. So there are two light sources that exist that are kind of like what you're saying, but you have to maintain them anyways. There's no really. I'm trying to think if there's an infinite light source. Because you can put down lamps and you can make them battery powered, and then but they require batteries. You can power the area, like you said, but you don't want to do that. You worry about burning your house down with candles. I don't know. There are no candles in the base game, so there's no candles to worry about for that. Um, there are like oh, if the candle's a mod, okay, then if the candles burn stuff down, that's surprising. Like that's kind of cool as well. There are two things that also emit light that I know of that are like the antique stove and the fireplace, but you have to supply them with wood and or burnables. Like so, this is giving off light here, and actually that's what I'm using it for. I do heat myself here sometimes, but I'm using it for light so that I can see downstairs when I come downstairs. just in case there's a zombie that wanders in here. Because my zombies have cognition, so they can just open up the windows, they can open up the doors, unless I lock them, which is why you can see me turning the lock every time I come in the house. Anyways, I also came in the house at midnight and there were 3 zombies. Oof. Sounds horrible. You have a question. When it comes to early game training weapons, is it a good idea to build small walls to funnel the zombies and slow them down? It won't really funnel them. What'll happen is if you build the small walls, are you talking about like the wall frames? You shouldn't really, if you're fighting against fast shamblers, you shouldn't really consider. Fence fighting's good against sprinters. It's dangerous against fast shamblers because fast shamblers are already fairly slow, so you can kind of kite them out as opposed to sprinters. You can't really kite out sprinters because they're faster than you. But if you get too many fast shamblers on a fence, or if you attack them in the wrong way, you can kind of fall over and be in danger by a fence with fast shamblers. Because it's easy to trip. To break them up, yeah, you can break them up that way, kind of. So what you could do to break them up is to lure them around cars. Cars sometimes will break them up a little bit. Break line of sight and just like take small amounts of the groups to make it so that you're not so like you're not taking on too many. Sort of know your limit, stay within it as best you can, but push your limits gradually so that you can figure out exactly how many you can handle. If you find that you're handling too much and you see like exertion mood will pop up, then disengage, lose the zombies, come back for them later. But yeah, you can break them up very easily by losing sight of like getting the zombie to lose sight of you, like around a building or through a tree. Like you don't actually have to walk through the tree; you can just go around the tree. If you have an axe in your inventory, you can actually do this as well. Where is it? If I do the cut down tree, I can actually see where the trees are, so I can actually run through here a little bit more safely. See? You're not asking too many questions. You're good. Give her. I don't mind. I don't mind questions. The only times that I'll mind questions is if I think that somebody's taking the piss. But like, I mean, that doesn't happen very often. A lot of folks are just being genuine, and that's not how I'm, which is good. That sounds terrifying. Yeah, that does sound terrifying. Why is my stove giving off so much light? Because I keep it above a certain amount. So if I were to let this burn down, like not burn down as in like I mean the fuel amount burn down. When it's about in single digits, like 3 or 4, it gives off less light. So you want to give it up to. I usually try to keep between a little bit over 24 if I'm going to keep it lit forever. But if you're not keeping it lit forever, let's say you only are turning it on during the night, and then you can put less and then just turn it on. But remember, it is a heat source, so it's going to heat you up. And if you're hot, you're going to go to sleep. You're going to get tired faster. So if you're playing with in vanilla and you're not playing with like cold, be careful being too close to the because it will cause you to overheat, and that's not good. High levels of heat will cause thirst as well as can cause you to get tired faster. Yeah, I figured they were the same speed. Oh, they're all 3 are the same. Okay, that I figured that, but well, sort of. The rate at speed at which they can take out glass is different. So that means that with tweezers and suture holders, you actually get more XP faster because you can take out glass faster. But they all give the same. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, XP per removal. Yeah, as opposed to XP per second. Yeah, I got you. The zombies being able to open and unlock the doors. I mean, they can't unlock the doors, but they can open the doors if they're not locked. Same for windows. Cognition's fun though. It means that if you close a door behind you, if you didn't lock that door, the zombies are coming with you. So you got to be making sure that whichever indoor area you're kiting them into, either you have an exit or you're ready to die. Or you try and exit, or like I said, you need an exit. But yeah, I don't mind questions, definitely, especially if people are trying to learn. I like helping folks, and I will tutorialize a lot of things just passively because I just like helping. But like I mentioned before, the only time I don't like it is if somebody is like being disingenuous. Like they're just being like, how do I move? Stuff like that. I don't like that stuff. It's annoying. In Zomboid, I'm always ready to die. That's fair. Me too. Goldfish mentality. Nice. By goldfish mentality, I mean my character is a goldfish. Goldfish lifespan. If but I want her to do well. I really do, and I'm trying my best at all times. But well, it's one of those things, you know. You don't get to choose unless you do choose when your character dies. Yeah, that sometimes happens. Even with outdoorsmen, you can catch a cold. It's just less likely. It lowers your chance of catching a cold by like a significant percentage, but you can still get a cold. Like for example, if you're hungry, thirsty, and hypothermic while outside, there is a higher chance to get a cold. Like we've managed to maintain hunger and thirst though, and then I warm myself up very frequently. But you see me drop down to hypothermic a lot. It's but I'm keeping my character well maintained enough that she's not getting sick. So, at least right now. There are ways to lose a cold too once you catch them. Catch one. It's really easy. You just gotta have food, water, and go inside, and then your cold will go away. Also, you can't have the cold like Moodle at all. Like the this Moodle right here with the snowflake needs to go away. So if I got sick right now, well, actually, if I got sick right now, I'd use the other method of curing your cold. There's two ways to cure a cold, actually. The first way is to lose the cold naturally, but I have over 100 common mallow, so I can just eat 10 common mallow and that'll cure my cold if I catch one. Common mallow looks like this, by the way. It's a herb that reduces cold and flu symptoms. Apparently, if you eat 10 of it in a row, it gets rid of your cold. So, obviously, you probably have to maintain the other stuff too, right? Like the hunger and all that. But it would probably instantly allow you to lose the cold. Thankfully, Outdoorsman makes it so that you kind of don't get a cold very often. Does weapon XP only occur when you hit zombies or objects or zombies? Um, I don't think you get it from objects. Only zombies, I think. But I think you can still get maintenance from hitting objects. So, like, if you hit like a door or something, or if you push a door, I think you still get maintenance. You get maintenance XP. I don't. I don't train maintenance that way though. I don't like doing that kind of stuff. The closest thing I get to cheese, I guess, would be the pulling glass out of my feet for leveling up first aid. I don't like cheesing too hard. I like playing the game with its like standard procedure, I guess. Because I'm gonna have to hit the zombies anyways, right? So might as well hit the zombies and get the XP for it. But if you're on like a multiplayer server and you want your tools to last longer, I could see that being a thing. You know, just be careful. And then shooting them to gain XP. I mean, yeah, you can do that. Shove them over and then shoot them on the ground. A better method is actually fence combat with guns. Combining the fences with the guns is best. Make sure you use a shotgun at first, or even actually just after that. If you're going trying to maximize XP, bring the zombies over to one of those wire fences and just shoot them with the shotgun. And make sure you're getting your take aim bonus. But if they fall over the fence, then the shotgun will kill them instantly. You may still miss sometimes, but it's one of the methods you can use to gain a fair amount of XP fast. And then pistols, once you're past like level 5 aiming, using pistols is easier. They don't give XP though. They're barely any. The pistols and the other weapons that aren't the shotgun don't, because they only kill one zombie, right? As opposed to the shotgun that kills 4. And then after level 5 aiming, there's a heavy debuff, like really bad debuff on gunplay. So it becomes very, very difficult to level. You get like 1/4 the XP. Oh, you're trying to deal with the noise? It doesn't change the volume of the guns if you push the zombie on the ground and shoot them. The volume of the guns is the same regardless. If you fire a gun, inside, outside, like I think maybe there might be some kind of sound dampening inside, maybe, but I don't know for sure. That's one of those things that I don't know. I just know that shooting a gun, if you're shooting a gun, you're drawing in zombies. That's what you're trying to do. So don't no need to overthink it. You're trying to shoot. You're trying to pull in zombies. So make sure you're in an area that's good for doing that. Preferably one that's away from your main hub where you're going back to sleep. Alternatively, if it is a good place, like, I mean, if you have like a generator that's like a lure, you can shoot off in that area. Like, for example, in when I had my racetrack base, which was, there was a fence that ran along the side, and on the other side of the fence is where I stuck the generator to power my base. But it was on the other side of the too high fence, so the zombies would all wander over to that side of the too high fence, and they wouldn't be on my side of it where my base was. So when I came over there, it was always covered with zombies. There was always so many zombies on that generator. It was hilarious. We would spend sometimes days clearing that generator off. And thank you very much for the follow, by the way. I do appreciate. Okay, we'll get a sleep in, and then I think I'm going to refill my beverage one more time. So I will be probably good to BRB. Yeah. Okay, I am going to be right back. Just going to get a new drink. Alrighty, I came back. Um, in terms of what you're saying about building a range, you could build a range using the frames, the what are they called? The carpentry frames. Um, I don't have a hammer. But yeah, those wood frames, you can set them up in a line, and if zombies go over them, then you could shoot them and just make a bunch of them that stretch out over a little distance. And then, as the zombies are chasing you, you go through all of them and shoot them, and then just over to, like, just kite them around. Maybe do a couple of them. It is possible. Kingsmouth has something like that. In the there's like little fences that exist, but those fences can be broken by zombies, as opposed to the wire fences that can't, and the wood frames right now can't. I expect those things to change at some point, but you never know. The cubicles also work as well. The little cubicles that you see sometimes, little cubicle walls. You think the guns are useless in this run? I mean, they kind of are, but they aren't. Like, I mean, they're good for making noise. So I'm planning on firing off firearms later. Not right now, but eventually. They're good for drawing in zombies. But the reason why I don't want to fire it off now is I don't have a way to control the zombies. So later we'll have like a generator or a car, and if we have those with fuel, we can hold the zombies in an area. Right now we can't. I can bring zombies to an area, but they'll wander away because they're gonna. That's just how it works. They'll just wander off. Ooh, big fish day. Look at that. We got 3. Yeah, right now I can't control the zombies because we just don't have the means. They're going to wander away. And that's not their fault. They're doing what they're programmed to do, which is every 6 in-game hours, wander off. It's all based on migration. That or if they hear meta, they'll come running for the meta. Up to a certain point until their memory kind of is done. This was a lucky day. You activated a house alarm? I actually activated a house alarm in this playthrough. And I was happy when it went off, because it's... House alarms can be very useful. They let you draw in zombies from around the area. So, they can be very useful. I think so. I don't think old school RuneScape XP does anything other than show you what thing is being leveled up right now. But I don't know for sure. I'm not really good with mods. You'd have to ask somebody who uses mods more frequently than I do. I think you should be able to add it though. I've never really added a mod to a run before. At least I don't think I have. If I have, I forgot. Yeah, I agree with Tempest. Tempest, sorry. Hi. Keep 10 of those on me, I think. And equip these. Oh, I brought the pot with me by accident. I forgot to fill it with water. Not that I need. I don't need it right now. Add twigs. Add branches. Here in Depresso Espresso. Oh, okay, I see. Have you tried spoiling yourself? Sometimes it's good to get yourself a present every now and then to make you, because show you that you're worth it. Get yourself something nice. It's very good to do that. If I was feeling sad, that's one of the ways that I get out of it. Is I'll either get myself something or I'll go spend time with Emma, and Emma will cheer me up most of the time. There's times when I'm down that I just need a down moment to just relax and be sad. Maybe I'll go have a bubble bath or something. That used to be something I used to do all the time. Because if I was ever in a really down state, I'd go have a lavender bath. Relax. And it was lovely. I still do that sometimes. Just haven't had one in a while. Thinking about having one later today, though. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe I'll spoil myself. But at the end of the day, you're worth it. Treat you good. What if I run out of the woods? Wait, what? What if you run out of the woods? You really have to chop down the whole forest, or do the trees respawn? The trees respawn gradually, they'll come back. I'm not gonna have to chop down the whole woods. When summer comes, it'll be a lot better out. We'll still need to warm up a little bit, but not nearly as much as we are right now. And trust me when I say there is no way in hell I will be able to tear down all of the trees in this game. It's not possible. It's literally impossible. They respawn way too aggressively, and even on the lowest of nature settings, it's not. There's no tree percent in this. Yeah, trees are the true enemy of this game. If there was ever a boss monster, it would be the trees. 100% would be the trees in this game. Not only do they conceal the zombies, they do help you, the player, sometimes. There are cases where you can kind of have the trees help you, but they can also hinder you quite heavily. Yeah, basically. Everybody here probably has at least received one or two tree injuries, if not severe tree injuries. I've been lacerated on the neck by a tree. I've even had deep wounds from the trees. I would actually go as far as to say the trees in this game probably have done more damage to me than the zombies have. Probably. I'm not keeping score. Probably not the sprinters. Sprinters probably have the win actually on that. But yeah, I'd say that trees definitely are up there. Oh, I can actually do one more set. We brought our weight back up. Do you change settings like when days begin? No. Like I shut off all of the power and stuff, but I did it's standard, so it started in July 9th at 9, I think, or something like that. Or 7? I don't remember the exact time, but July 9th, which means but I start with the power off, which means in order to get like the TV shows and all that stuff, I would have to like rush a generator and then also have a TV, and it's just so I just ignore the TV shows for the most part because I don't really need them anyways. They're kind of bonus XP. I don't really think about those. And then anything else from the starting, like sometimes I'll start in December, but not this playthrough didn't start in December. That's when I do CDDA mostly. I like CDDA though. CDDA is really fun. It's like it kind of tests your knowledge of the game a little bit, which is kind of nice in terms of survival. Because you have to lose the cold and you have to like do all these little things to get your run going and watch them after reading the skill books. I mean, you can if you want to do VHSs, but I don't even really bother with the VHSs either. Collecting those is kind of it's more for fun than for me than for because I play with loot settings where your chances of finding those are not high. I mean, you still can. You can go to the VHS stores and stuff, but it's unlikely. Like heck, we have a VHS on our floor right now. Exposure Survival 7. Foraging. I guess it's funny. It's foraging. It's a foraging movie on the floor this entire time. I haven't even paid attention to it, but of course it's a foraging movie. I can't watch it, and it's a foraging movie. The skill that I've got most leveled right now. It's just, and I've done the entirety of foraging without a skill bonus, aside from hiker. I don't have any of the books, so no books. But we had hiker, so that gave us a little bit of an ease on it, sort of give us a little bit of an XP bonus. But of course, that thing on the floor has to be. I can't believe I didn't notice that until now. 6 months it sat there on the floor, and that VHS has not been my motivation. I didn't even know which one it was. I thought it was carpentry. This whole time I was like, there's a carpentry movie upstairs. That entire time. That's the whole time I've been thinking that. One day I'll watch that carpentry video. And then, but no, you're right. You're right. It was secretly my motivation. Subconsciously, I knew one day I'll watch that video, but I'll be a master and I'll just nod along with the guy who's hosting it. A guy talks about a shirt or something. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've watched those films. I've only watched a handful of the different ones, like the home movies. I've watched some of them. We actually binged the ones that we had in Time 16 playthrough. It was really fun, but there just wasn't that many of them. Partly because West Point doesn't have a video store, so the movies that I did have were from the which places were they from? I got some movies from the cinema. I got some movies from the residences. I got, as I'm trying to remember, because I didn't go to any movie stores. It was just like all residences for the most part. Can I even make fish without cooking skill? Of course. All you need is a knife. So if you don't have a regular knife, you're going to need to make a flint knife. Flint knives are really easy though. All you need is a chipstone, a piece of fabric, so like a dirty rag or a rag, and then a stick, like a tree branch. They're you're gonna want to make those anyways for the first little while. Having at least a stone axe and a stone knife is useful. And in this challenge, you're gonna be making like lots of axes. That's just how it goes. We're starting to have a surplus of axes now, but we haven't always had that many axes. Like, I mean, I was burning axes every other day just to keep my the zombies away. Ripping clothing is the best way. When you fish, you sometimes will fish up a pair of socks. You can rip those. But ripping clothing off the zombies is a good way to get ripped sheets. It's the best way, actually. If you're proficient at killing the zombies, you won't have any worries at all. The only thing you got to worry about is maintaining your body heat and, knowing when to kind of engage, take your time, disengage, re-engage. I still can't believe that's a foraging video upstairs. What the hell? Why a foraging video? Of all videos it could have been, I genuinely thought it was a carpentry video. This whole time, it's a foraging video. The game's laughing at me. Alright, did we actually manage to bring our weight back up enough? Yes, we did. Are you open to a cleaning type question? Sure. Kind of. Depends. I'm not going to guarantee that I have the answer. Because just because I own a cleaning company doesn't mean that I'm going to have the best methods for all types of cleaning. But I'm open to it. Yeah, you can ask if you'd like. Soot from various types of material. What cleaners products should you use for soot? I don't know where, because so it would depend on where you're from, kind of, to answer that question. So, I mean, because you'll have different cleaning products in different parts of the world that are for particular types of cleaning. But soot is a pain in the ass to get out of carpet. Not so bad to get off of the of tile and stuff. So what kind of materials are you trying to take it off of? Is it carpet? Because, like, I mean, it depends on what kind of material you're trying to take it off of as well as, like, and then what kind of fire to produce, like, what kind of soot. I mean, it's like there are questions there that, in all honesty, you should Google this because it would be better for your area. Even off ceramics images is impossible. I mean, is it like, are you talking like you burned something onto it? Because if you burned the metal, then it would be damaged. Yes, but like if you like spilled soot on a carpet, full blown house fire. That sounds awful. Are you trying to like? That sounds terrible. Oh, chat's connecting, so give me a second. Sorry. Yeah, ceramics. If you have a fire like that caused damage, that's different. You can't really clean that so much if it's fire damaged, because you can only clean it so much. Like there are things that can remove that like, but if it's damaged, it's not. You're gonna have to like. No, it's just not gonna turn out well. Fire damage is terrible. And the soot deposited on all of it. Oh, that does sound horrible. And it doesn't seem to come off. There's various solutions you can use probably to get it off, but it's like if it was like this. I'm trying to think of the but like it would depend on where you live, kind of like that, and which cleaning products are available to you. So those you're gonna have to Google your area and see different types of products. But it's that sounds horrible though. House fire. The Yeah, if it was burned directly, like if soot just fell on top of it, that's not so bad to clean. Like I mean, you can kind of you're gonna want to have like a buffer or something as well. If it, but it depends on how hot the soot was and if it actually caused fire damage. Because if it actually like caused like, was it hot soot that fell on the stuff and it like burned into it, or because it would just be damaged at that point, and you can't really clean damage. That's not how that works. You can like fix damage, but you can't really clean damage. Does that make sense? It's like a scratch. You can buff out a scratch, kind of, but it's like depending on how deep the scratch is, it's not gonna. It's the same kind of mentality a little bit. You're willing to buy stuff from overseas. I mean, it's just better to buy stuff that's local. Usually, cleaners and products are based for your area. So, like for example, if you purchase a particular type of cleaning solution, usually it's better for wherever you live, kind of. Like it's like they're gated, or not gated, but they're like made for the different environments that they're in. They all have, some of them have similar like make like chemical makeups though. So like but I'm not a chemist, so like I can't really, don't really know. If you were buying some stuff. Hmm. Just if it's ceramics or it's metal, like I mean, it soot fell on top and it didn't cause any fire damage. I'm trying to think of the different cleaning solutions that I would consider using, but it's like Um, See, I would try varying levels of because there are special cleaners for ceramics and for metals. They're separate. They're like they do. Then it would depend on the type. It's like so I would want to know like you would need to do your research and see. But it sounds like things maybe got damaged and you should just consider replacing. That's what I would consider if things were burned, like actually burned. If the soot fell on top, if it was hot and it caused fire damage, then it's you're probably just SOL on that for the most part. But if it's not, if it did not, then it should come off with like. Hmm. But for ceramics, it would be like. I'm trying to think of different kinds of because it wouldn't be quite the same as like using stuff that you would use on a toilet or you would use on like a tile floor, but it would be kind of similar, I guess. Mm, yeah, I would use Google. I would Google that because as much as you said you Google wasn't coming up with anything, but yeah, I would Google it. Many knickknacks are about 100 years old. You doubt they can be found again? Oh, okay. You could take them to somebody who does refurbishments on specifically like there's folks that do like what is it? They'll fix toys and they fix tiny things like that. Um, I would look up for knickknacks specifically. I would look up like somebody who does like toy refurbishment or like for like museum. Or I would look up museum. Like if you do you have a museum that's nearby? You could contact them and see where they go to get stuff fixed. But like the stuff like that, like toy, specifically for knickknacks. Hmm. There's not much in Alaska. You'd figure they would have something that for like refurbishment for like small things. That's what I would do though. Is I would try with varying different like, but you don't want to damage them, and certain chemicals can dry them out. So that's something you have to watch out for as well. It's difficult being specific. It depends on the type of the each item and what kind of material they're made of and if they're made of other materials as well. And it's one of those things that's tough. Definitely tough. It's a tough question to answer. Mm. But I would look into somebody who does like toy refurbishment for knickknacks. Do you see that sign in on our screen? Yes, I do. But I see it on my other monitor, which is separate. The game I don't have anything down here. Well, that's not entirely true. I have this, which is essentially the same thing. I tucked this down there just because I mean you guys don't need two. But then I can also see the screen on my other monitor. But yeah, Tom, that's what I would suggest is see if there's somebody who does toy refurbishment or like toy revitalizing or whatever that's called. I don't know what that is, but because I've never had to do like get a knickknack refurbished. I have like a handful of like knickknacks here, but it's like if they were damaged, although I do like some of them, I would probably just throw them away. What mod is that? This one's called M355's Twitch stats or Mess's Twitch stats, whichever you want to call it. But yeah, it's the if you did the exclamation point mods, it's the Mess's one there or M355. All it does is it shows you guys my kill count, and then for me, I've linked it to a Word document that puts it on that sign. And then the bottom part of the sign you guys can change at any point, utilizing currency so long as it's appropriate. Or if I don't mind, like for example, yesterday somebody posted something silly, but that's happens. It was Stormtrooper. I was like, is this bad? Not really, I guess. Because things do need to change, but I don't know how. Yeah, it's sticking out above the sign here. There you go. Sorry. Sometimes when the stream starts, it's over here for some reason. I don't know why. It just does that. Okay, let's see. How much there in Alaska? Alaska's neat. Place that's north of me. It's very few places that are north of me. But Alaska is definitely on that list of places that are north of me. Yeah, sometimes I'll mess around with that stuff, but sometimes I just don't feel like it. Like the doing like the there. Suppose if you're in Alaska though, then you probably have. See, I don't want to suggest cleaners that might be too harsh and might damage, but then there's cleaners that are like lighter. You want to get something that's light because otherwise it'll damage the. It could damage and take away the colors. Like knickknacks are very depending on what they are. Yeah, that's why it's better would be better to go with somebody who does like toy refurbishment. Cuz then like I'm sure that those exists up there. They've got to. Or somebody who does mini painting like kind of like Gaz sort of or like folks Gaz knows. Maybe that's somebody you could ask, Tom. Is you've seen Gaz around the community, I'm sure, right? Gaz does minis and maybe would know people that paint or fix up knickknacks. So there you go. That's what I would do. Ask Gaz, maybe. Because he might know somebody. Or maybe he would know specific types of chemicals that wouldn't be too harsh for something like that. Because do you have fish at your house? I do not. Like, you mean in the game or here? I don't have fish here. Mr. Lamprey BR for the first time today? Yeah. Ask them. Just tell them you have knickknacks that got soot on them, and that you want to try and get them refurbished, and you'd like his opinion on it. Easy peasy. He goes live sometimes on Gaz Minis or on Mr. Lamprey BR. I'm sure you'll catch them. Do you need his follow thing? Or here, I can for his main channel. As underscore minis. There you go. I'm not guaranteeing he's gonna know, but he would know better than I would how to fix toys and or maybe has contacts with folks that do minis, right? So I'm sure that fits in the realm of knickknacks. Hopefully that helps you out. I really do hope that your stuff. I'm sorry that you had a house fire though. That sounds horrifying. I'm no stranger to fires. We had fire, like really big fire at one point in time that was pretty brutal. Yeah, if Gaz doesn't know how to fix it himself, I'm sure he probably would know somebody that does. Because yeah, I'm sure somebody scuffed a mini at one point in time, or that they needed a mini needed to be repaired, and I'm guaranteeing that. What on earth is that? Is that a fish? What kind of fish is that? I don't even know which side of it to look at. Like the left side, the right side. What on earth? Okay, you win this one. I have no idea how to react to that. That is a fish, I think. It's either a fish or a pile of cloths. It looks like rags to me. Like a pile of rags. General Creston was regretting set because plates and brass and candle and this and just everything anyways. Okay, I see. See, cleaning like soot off of stuff is not so bad. It's just if it caused fire damage at all, then it makes things a lot harder because you can't just like buff out fire damage from something. It's not how it works because it causes actual like char and like you can get that stuff removed. It's just from like plates and stuff, but it'd be probably just better to get them like to buy new plates. Unless they had sentimental value, I guess. That isn't quite in my realm of like because I've never dealt with house fires before. That's not in our realm of cleaning. But at least not yet. We haven't done any house fire cleanings. That would be I don't even know how. Hmm. Okay, I see. That's really cool. And you play PZ too. That's insane. That's really cool. Is this your favorite game? Like Zomboid, I mean? I am curious. You don't play, you watch? Your hands shake too much to play. Oh, okay, I understand. That's crazy though. I can understand the sentimental value of those plates then. They're important to you and you want to get them. Yeah, okay, I can understand. I'm surprised though. Yeah, I don't think if they were fire damaged at all, then it would probably be best to. Hmm. You could clean them for best you can, but it's like, yeah. See, that seems kind of cool. I think we talked about the foot pedal stuff before, because that I'm remembering that conversation. I like that. That is neat. Hmm. Zomboid's a little bit janky with the inventory though, and sort to do that kind of thing requires. So maybe if there was some way to like automate the inventory system in Zomboid, maybe modders will do that in the future, just a little bit, like with Build 42 and stuff, because that would be kind of cool if you'd be able to actually like, because you could do the combat really easily with it's just the switching of the weapons that you would really need. So you'd need like a rotational wheel on everything that you could switch between your weapons and drop weapons that are broken. automatically or delete them automatically. But I'm sure that that's in the realm of possibility for modders. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, so because the reason why I've survived for like more months now than is because when you decide to take a knee in Zomboid, you can just kind of speed through time. It's tough sometimes. I don't really want to do it like this, but it's what we have to do. I can't fight with freezing. It just doesn't work. My character's not fast enough nor high enough level to do that. I don't even know if she would be able to do it if she was level 10 axe. Like it's the negative temperature is just too high. That's really cool though. I hope you get those knickknacks fixed. Like, I mean, maybe the same solutions will not be nearly as hard on the that folks use for like cleaning minis, and you could use those on the plates too. Maybe because you don't want to use stuff that's too harsh, because that especially on old stuff, because it can damage it, and then it will like it could make it brittle. It could make like it could react poorly. With the metals, it's a little bit easier, slightly easier, because they're a little bit more. Well, I mean, aged metals though. It's hard to say. I like that tangent though. It is a nice train of sort of thought. I do like our work. I think our work is good. Okay, let's get to fishing. Mm-hmm. Hmm? Oh. I put the stone axe in the fire. Superheated stone axe. Oh, that would be so cool. If I could heat the axe and then hit the zombies and it does more damage. Ah, I would love that. It would be so neat. It makes sense too, because they're like, yeah, okay. It would give purpose to fire outside of trying to burn the zombies. That would be hype. I would totally do that. I'd heat up my weapons all the time. No, it doesn't. It's like it's the same as my character. So like my character gets really cold. The zombies get really cold, but they can still move around like normal. Like here, watch. See, it's minus 167. Yeah, she is still kind of normal. There we go. But yeah, it's like the food heats itself and keeps itself warm so that it can go bad. Oh. That zombie just wanted to snack by the fire. The snack by the fire didn't want the zombie to have that snack by the fire. The zombie is misbehaving. It's not supposed to be like that. Okay. Let's go take care of the rest of these zombies that are outside. No, they don't. They're fine. Quite fine on their own. I get like 10 seconds of decent attack speed, so. No. That scared the crap out of me. uh, man, I am like messing this up something fierce, huh? There you go. Happy Elm. I also did lower the cooldown to only an hour, so we could hear it more often. I just didn't want it to get samey. That's the only thing I was worried about for having it like as on a really low cooldown. I also wanted it to be worth quite a bit because it is worth a lot in my opinion. Okay, let's go heat up. Okay, let's get some heat. And let's put you here for a moment. All right, I hope Tom can sort out that issue. Fires are no joke. Because you don't expect them to do as much damage as they do. Especially with how much tech we have and all this other stuff. And you'd figure we'd be able to just like instantly get rid of it. No problem. But nah. All right. Another day. Another day closer to freedom. At least from winter. I don't expect the temperature's going to snap back immediately either. I expect it's going to take like a gradual time to go down. Or like go up, I mean. But at least we won't have to deal with the food issues that we're currently dealing with. So that's positive. Mm-hmm. Ran into the door. So we need to cut down 9 trees right now. Looks like... Nope, another day of no fish. Well, sort of. I might want to light this actually. Nope, don't put that out actually. Da, da. Have a rest. Chopping down the trees. Where are you? You on the other side over here? I swear I hear one. I don't know where it is, but I hear one. Might be just ambient noise, though. I could have sworn I heard a zombie. I guess not. Maybe I'm just crazy. It's okay. I can be crazy, I suppose. Aha! No, I heard you. I was not being crazy. It was totally you. I knew I heard one. It couldn't hide forever. Because zombies actually are really, really bad at hiding. Unless they get stuck, but, like, I mean, most of the time they won't. It's like sometimes they will, but it's like on shores and behind too high fences and often caused by pathing being kind of limited. Stardew Valley kind of music. Yeah, kind of. I left the fire on over here. That's bad practice. Shouldn't have did that. I can't leave these fires on these kinds of fires on like this because if I do, then I've come back to fires where the zombies are standing in it, like just chilling directly on the fire. Just because they're a little bit like moths to the flame sometimes is what it feels like, but They don't path onto the fire on purpose. I don't think that the fire makes a sound, but I could be wrong. It maybe does. But I don't think it does. Almost done. So weird having tiredness that low. Is there some pathing to the river, or is it because so yeah, there kind of is. There's a little path that exists. I made the path bigger though. So the thing is there's a tiny path that paths down around this way and goes all the way to the river, like that, right? It exists here, like this. It can pass sort of beside this, so it's like that. I chopped the trees though in this section to make sure that the path was wide so that I can have space to move. I can see zombies coming. I have more trees that I can go chop down. So yeah. And as you guys seen, trees used to cover up most of this area, but there's no trees now cuz we've chopped a large portion down. And we just keep chopping more trees down as time goes on. And I'm starting to wonder if I'm actually going to have. I hope trees start popping up soon, but I think that the foliage doesn't grow quite as well during winter because. Well, I mean, well, you can see I have not had to pull up any grass tufts or I've not had to chop down any tiny trees right now. But spring, summer, and autumn, there's going to, like, nature's going to try and take this area back. Winter is it's kind of like it's weaker, so foraging is worse, or not forage. Well, foraging is worse, but um, fishing is worse. But so is nature trying to take back the area. And will cutting down enough trees? No, unfortunately, it won't. I can dream, though. I can dream that that's a possibility in the future. Hopefully, you're having a good day. By the way. But yeah, the pathing to the river is partly because I cut down all these trees and pulled up all the grass, so it makes it look like there's a big path, but nah. You're having a good day? That's good. I'm glad. Yeah. You can make the game exactly as you need it. Just need... time. I got the hiccup, so no. Hopefully they go away. Oh, they did. Okay, nice. There was only one hiccup. Kind of. You have to react very quickly. You have to get out of the campfire first, so you're not still on fire. You have to right-click while having water in your inventory, preferably a larger amount of water. So, like, this saucepan would be enough. But basically, if I noticed my character was on fire, I would pause immediately. I would then make sure that I have the saucepan in my main inventory, and then I would right click on my character, and there would be an extinguish flames fire option. I then would extinguish the fire, and then I would press H and then pause again. I would then look at the burns that I have. I would then bandage all my burns if I have more than one. And then I would go eat food, and you want to kind of clean your burns, I think. I think burns need to be cleaned. But if you have more than one, you're going to want to bandage up most of them. And then clean your burns. And burns take a long time to heal. They're like breaking your limbs. It's not good. But yes, you can save yourself with water. It's if you get a neck burn and another burn though, like if you let's say you get a neck burn and a head burn, it becomes harder to save your character. It's like getting shot in the neck. It's when certain areas cost more damage to your character than other areas. So yeah, you'd have to be very like reactive. Whose picture is that? That's Kate. This is a vanilla object. But that's Kate. You know, so you see that zombie corpses outside. Yeah, these are my neighbors. They bug me sometimes for warmth, but they don't realize that the warmth is all mine and that they can't have any. But yeah, it's been interesting so far. Oops. Um, yeah, you can put the stove or like stuff in the stove to cook. I just don't because I don't need to. But if I forget to put my water on and I come over here and I'm over here, I'll just throw it in the stove. We've got about 3 trees worth of these left, so I need to rest first before we go out. There we go. Can I put the stove near the river? I mean, you can, but I wouldn't. The reason why I'm not doing that is because if I put the stove near the river, there's a chance that if zombies overtake that area, that they'll break the stove. If you move the antique oven, there is a chance the zombies will break it. Now, I did move one of the antique ovens. I moved the one that was in this house over here upstairs. But I don't feel like the zombies will path upstairs unless I'm up there and they're following me. They won't just go upstairs on their own. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they go upstairs just because they happen to path in that direction and that's where the stairs are. But the odds of that are not very likely. I mean, it can happen, but... There we go. Eat 3 rose hips. And warm ourselves up. Because I still need to chop down one more tree. But yeah, it's I think I moved this one over. So zombies could break this one, maybe. But I put it here in the corner, so it's unlikely they'll path into it. Chances are, if they're pathing, they're going to path this way and out this way. Or through that way, or through this way. It's unlikely that they're going to go into this corner. I'm not saying that they won't. They could, but it's just less likely. Thanks. We're actually almost leveled up fitness. That's awesome. We won't be out of shape anymore. We get to lose the out of shape Moodle. Or trait, not Moodle. I think I'll cut that grass later as well. What causes the out of shape trait? Because my character was unfit, and then so it was one of the traits I took in the beginning. It's unfit. Puts your character at 0 fitness. I also took weak, but because my character's a lumberjack, it took her down to one strength. And then I was also very underweight. But we since then sorted out the very underweight. We've hit enough zombies and gained enough strength to become stout. So now we're a little bit strong. And then unfit after you get a little bit of fitness, becomes out of shape. So I think it's after 3 becomes out of shape. So for these 3, it's out of shape. And then when I get this 5th one, I'll have no trait. So I lose the out of shape trait. And then when we get up to 9, I think it's, is it 6 or 7 for fit? There's fit, and then there's athletic that exists as well. Athletic is the best one. It's you get that one at level 9, and it makes your character's stamina recovery so good. It's such a good trait to have. But it's one that you can earn over time. So, because I expect my character to live for some time, I feel like I'll get there eventually. So, and we have before once. And I've gotten a few characters close, but yeah, it's cool that there's some traits you can earn in the game. No, it doesn't. It just means attacking zombies. It's like if I kill zombies, I gain fitness and strength that way. So you can do burpees and you can train fitness that way, and it's a little bit faster. But yeah, just hitting zombies is enough. You don't need to worry about it, especially on this population setting. There's hundreds of thousands of zombies. I'm gonna be hitting zombies for a long time once I get there. But right now we're just resting through the winter, trying to maintain. So the only reason why I'm trying to maintain through this winter though is because it's so cold. If this was the regular winter, like the one in vanilla, I would be killing zombies right now and fighting, because the regular winter in vanillas, you don't need this level of clothing. Actually, you don't even need half of these clothes, because these clothes would be too insulating. You would actually overheat. Here we go. Alrighty. We're 7 days into February, and given the fact that we started this run, like today in December, I think, right? So we passed almost 2 months, nearly, in a single session. So that's solid. We're nearly out of winter. We're like on the there's gonna be only 20 days left in winter. So that's good. It's not going to be super extreme, but it's still going to be kind of cold. So the thing is the game doesn't just snap the temperature back. It's going to slowly get warmer, And then, so that's the thing, is we're going to see a gradual increase in temperature. And some days are going to be cold, but some days are going to warm up. So it's going to get back up into the 100 range gradually. I think it's going to probably take about a couple weeks, if not a month, to get back to normal temperatures. So I'm figuring like my guesstimation would be probably March is going to be sort of like a throwaway month, but the benefit of March will be that we'll be getting our weight back up. So because we'll catch a lot more food because it counts as spring. So no more every day I'm fishing, you know? Instead, I can wander around a little bit and a little bit more. So like I can forage more, I can build up our axe collection a little bit more, and it's gradual. It's better that way. Exactly. So that is true. I'm just gonna this. We're gonna need to bring some logs up here tomorrow. How are you doing? Yeah, put at least one log on you because I am gonna go to bed in game. Alrighty. We are officially 20 days off of spring now. So how long does the heavy storm take? Usually they snow for about 3 days, approximately. And then there's a break, and then so on and so forth. So if you're playing the same settings that I am, sometimes there's not though. Sometimes it just keeps going, and then you'll get a break day, and just roll with it. In my mind, I like if you're playing Permanent Storm, you're expecting every day to be a storm. That is how I feel, anyways. Anyways, I'm going to end it there for now because we played for like 2 months, so we managed to get through 2 months, and it's a good stopping point. So I am going to stop there for the time being, and I'm going to find somebody for us to go hang out with. But it's been my pleasure as always, and I'm wishing you guys all the best. Let's see, where can we go? Let's see. There's lots of people we can go say hi to. I've never hosted this person, so I would like to host them because, like, I mean, they seem I've seen them before. There we go. Yeah, we'll go hang out with this person. They're playing multiplayer by the look of it. So there you go. You guys can go hang out with them. It's been my pleasure as always. Bye.